Who's that waking? Who's that waking? What's that waking?
See, look at that. That John boat's all the way to the start line, and we're still getting wake from it. Pickup trucks and kayaks. They had it was cold. It was like frozen. They had their Carhartts and everything on, and they climbed in their kayaks, and one of the kayaks was pulling a homemade barge trailer made out of PVC pipe for floats, and a platform, and it had a big stereo sitting on it, and a cooler, and a lantern. They were going out fishing. It was about.
Are you ready for a next lunch? Over.
At a race, like the night before a race, and really messed her knee up, and still ran the next day. Hey, what's up, Jim? Like he's pocket dialing me. Tennessee.
Okay, this is the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships in beautiful Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We are getting set for our first semifinal of the afternoon here on beautiful Melton Hill Lake. We have the semifinal A of the Women's Youth Signal coming up. This is a 6-boat semifinal with the top 3 going on to the grand final. Second 3 going on to the B final, or petite final. We are about a minute and a half from the start. All of the crews are in the, except the start dock. We have in lane 1. We're not pointed, we're not getting a good signal.
Copy, working on.
Pull. We are at the start for the semifinal 1 of the Women's Youth Single. We have lane 1, Rutherford, lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club, lane 3, Y Quad Cities, out of the Quad Cities of Davenport, Moline. We have Community Rowing, Detroit in lane 5, and Long Lake Rowing Club from Long Lake, Minnesota in lane 6. At this time, I do not see lane 6 in the stake boat, in the stake dock. All other crews are locked on and seem ready to race. Again, this is the start of the semifinal afternoon here on Saturday at Melton Hill Lake, beautiful Oak Ridge, Tennessee, for the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. They are pulling the crews at the start. We'll be underway momentarily for our first event of the afternoon. And they're off. And I stand corrected, all 6 boats are there, all were locked on. We do have Long Lake in lane 6 and Rutherford in lane 1. Lane 6 is our closest. Lane 6 is the closest lane to the camera, so as we relay information, it's 6, 5, 4. Right now, as to be expected, we have lane 4 and lane 3 pretty much even. That is Quad Cities and Community Rowing. Scullers Sheriff and Madden, respectfully. Lane 4, Madden facing a slight headwind right now. There's been a slight change of air past the 250-meter mark. We are even with lane 4 at this time. Lane 4 is your leader. She's rowing very tall, very nice. Red top, white blades. That is Sculler Madden from Community Rowing. Right behind her in lane 3 in the yellow boat, the M-Talker with her. Then in lane 5, we have in 3rd place Detroit Boat Club Sculler Brennan. Detroit Boat Club Sculler here in the black with the familiar light blue bottom blades and the white top. Then in lane closest to us is a tight race between 4th and 5th. Now the race here is trying to get into that top the top final, the grand final. And right now it's lane 4, Madden, lane 3, Sheriff, and lane 5, Brennan, all comfortable, but lane 6 is doing a nice job here from Long Lake, Minnesota, Long Lake Rowing Club. Sculler Briggs in lane 6, not letting lane 5 get too far ahead. She has a closed length, bow on stern here on lane 5 and 6. So that could end up being your race for into the final. Lane 2 and lane 1 are trailing back about 1 length back on 4th place. Lane 2 is San Diego Rowing Club Hooten, and lane 1 is Rutherford, and that is Sculler Seahouse over in lane 1. All the women are rowing very smoothly, very cleanly. Nobody's really struggling or showing extreme effort at this point. Lane 4, Madden from Community looks very nice, doing a very nice job. The young lady from Des Moines, or from Davenport, Iowa, the Quad Cities, in a comfortable second. And lane 6 is starting to move here on lane 5. And again, that is the race right now for being this top 3. So the young lady from Minnesota, Miss Briggs, is doing a very nice job of not letting things get out of hand. She's racing another Midwesterner from Detroit. Miss Brannon. Here we go. We're going to shift it on over to our second half of our race.
Is Madden from Community Rowing A. Won in the Northeast Regional by boat lengths, and right now almost a full boat length of water out ahead of the second place Y Quad Cities, rowed by Sherris right now. Third place belongs to Detroit. Fourth to Long Lake Rowing Club. If you're watching this U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship on YouTube, that's the lane closest to you. Lane 6 is the closest one on the far side. 1 is the one that's in last place right now in this women's youth single semifinal number 1. Seahouse from Rutherford is in last place in this race right now. But as they cross the 1,000-meter mark, it is Madden from Community Rowing well in the lead right now. Second being held on by Sherris from Y Quad Cities. Third right now belongs to Brendan from Detroit. Fourth to Briggs from Long Lake Rowing. Fifth to San Diego Rowing Club's Hooten. And as I said, sixth to the Rutherford boat, Seahouse in the Rutherford boat in lane 1. Almost perfect rowing conditions here at Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This gorgeous Saturday, the semifinals, setting folks up for the finals. This regatta, sponsored by U.S. Rowing, recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for rowing in America. It oversees our United States Olympic program and development and selection of elite teams in the senior and under 23 and junior categories, and 10 regional and national championships for U.S. Rowing juniors and master rowers are run by U.S. Rowing. This is one of them right there that you're seeing this race, this part of this championship regatta. And those regional regattas are the ones where these boats qualified to come here to Oak Ridge for the Nationals. Madden is well in front, almost an open water boat length lead over the second place boat from Y Quad Cities. The Brennan in Detroit's boat in lane 5 still holding on to third, and Long Lake's Briggs beginning to pick up the pace just slightly here, about 1,250 meters into this 2,000-meter race. Well off the pace are the boats from San Diego and Rutherford in lanes 2 and 1 respectively. They are almost 30 meters behind the lead pack of the 4 boats in this first semifinal. Top 3 will be going to the A final, the grand final for these Youth National Championships. The others to the B final. So in the A final, you get who is top through 6th in the nation. And then for the B final, you get 7 through 12 places. So even if you make the B final, you can say, hey, I'm 10th fastest in the nation. 500 meters to go in this first semifinal of the afternoon here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Madden from Community Rowing well ahead of Y Quad City's boat in lane 3. That's Sherris. She's doggedly hanging right in there with Madden. Madden very smooth, easy on her strokes right now, maintaining that lead and not really rushing at all. In the meantime, Back in third, Brennan from Detroit has just notched up her stroke rate slightly. She is looking over her shoulder, sizing up the competition. I think she feels that Sheriffs from Y Quad Cities might be flagging a bit. She wants to take that third spot, or that second spot, to get a better key, better lane choice for that A final. In the meantime, Briggs from Long Lake Rowing Club is hanging right in there, sticking right to the stern of Brennan in the Detroit boat. Madden still leading, though, and well off the pace, Hooten from San Diego and Seahouse from Rutherford. They passed the beach where the team members were cheering them on. Now entering the last 250 meters of this race. The first semifinal for the women's youth single, the first semifinal with Madden from Community Rowing in the lead. And off to the tower for the finish of this first semifinal.
They're in the red buoys, which means they have less than 250 meters to go in the first semi of the women's youth single. Madden still out in front with a comfortable lead. Sheriffs, certainly a familiar name at these national championships, on the far side. Madden in front in the white boat. Sheriffs on the far side. Looking very smooth. Madden definitely has this race under control. The second and third place positions are pretty well determined. It would take a huge push to change that. Right now, it is Madden out in front, coming to the line, with Sheriffs and Brennan picking up that second and third spot to make it to the A final. There's Brennan across, there's Sheriffs across, and a good push by Briggs from Long Lake. On the far side, it's Rutherford on the outside and San Diego Hooten on the inside. All right. And that is the first semifinal. Semifinal 2 coming up in just a moment.
Lane 2, Lane 3, Lane 5 are really fighting hard for these top 3 spots. Lane 4 is the unaffiliated sculler. She's doing a nice job of coming up. Nothing's happened. Nothing's happened to Lane 4. She's doing a fabulous job of staying in this fight. It's still 900 meters to go, and the top 3 scullers are really doing a great job. Lane 1 is Sagamore Rowing. Sagamore Rowing is doing a nice job of staying in the race. She's slightly ahead of Miss Gaspers from Vashon Island, but they are going to be in the second race. Over to the second half of the race.
Okay, we've passed.
Check. Teammates on the shore encouraging these women's singles in the second semifinal, trying to make that A final to be 1 through 6th in the nation. West Island is trailing well behind the field. They're approaching the 1,500 meter. At the 1,500 meter mark, it looks like it's Texas Rowing in lane 5. Brewer from Texas Rowing, who's in the lead, but just barely over the boat from the unaffiliated boat, Bielowski, who's in lane 4. They are going neck and neck, but Texas is enjoying about a boat length right now. But fast on the outside in lane 5, Texas Rowing, catching up with the Stanford boat that's in lane 3. And it's Greenwich Crew in lane 2. That's actually in second right now. And the boat from the unaffiliated boat is in 4th right now. Meanwhile, in fifth, about 3 boat lengths back of open water, is the boat from Sagamore Rowing Association, and behind that, the Vashon Island boat with Gaspers in it. Top 3 going to the A final, others to the B final in the second semifinal for the women's singles here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The top 3 boats right now, Stanford still in the lead, Greenwich Crew in second right now, Texas Rowing in third, the unaffiliated boat in fourth. They're all grouped together up near the front of the pack, then well off the pace, probably 6 boat lengths back now as they approach the 1750 mark. It's the boat from Sagamore, and then Vashon Island about another 3 boat lengths behind that. The Vashon Island, Gaspers and Vashon Island struggling slightly. But here they are, 250 meters to go in the second semifinal for the women's singles here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. We'll see if the unaffiliated boat of Bilovsky can make a challenge and try to get that 3rd spot to be able to go to the A finals.
Well into the 250 with a chance to get into the A final on the line here. Stanford rower Ms. Struck out in the lead with Brewer from Texas Rowing and Curtis from Greenwich. It looks now like those 3 will be moving to the A final. Nobody in the lead group pushing super hard, it appears. They're taking the rate up a little bit, but I think they know with their boat and a half, 2 boats of open water, that those 3 will be going to the A final. Spilaski coming in 4th, going to the B final, and on the far side from Sagamore, Vascato crossing the line there, and Gaspers from Vashon is the 6th boat in this race. And Gaspers across.
Now they're going the other way.
Ferguson is in a commanding lead of the semifinal 1 of the men's youth single. In lane 4 is Seattle Rowing Center Sculler Wales in second. Lane 3 is Newport Sculler Ashhoff. He's in 3rd place, but the races again for the top 3. All of the races that we'll be seeing this afternoon are top 3 to the final, second 3 to the petite. This is going to be a close one here. We do have 7 boats in this race. Right now, they're all over lane 6, 5, 1. Or lane 7 is it's on the bow marker, but it's really lane 0 is out there in 4th place. Right now, Ferguson from Miami Beach is in 1st place with lane 4. Seattle is right behind him. Here we are coming into the 1,000 and over to our second half.
Were any indication, this will be a race to watch in the finals tomorrow. These men's singles have been quite competitive. Kelly from Jacksonville, a clear winner of the Southeast District Championships. They'll be racing in the next semifinal. However, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place there at the Southeast District Championships were all within 0.4 of a second of one another. Ferguson from Miami Beach and Coyle from Stanton were able to hang on, advance to the Nationals, and they are in this semifinal for the men's singles. There are 7 boats in this race. Lane 7 is on the far side, and then lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So if you're looking for the boat of Stanton with Coyle, he's the one on the far side of the course in 4th right now. Out in front, it's Ferguson from Miami Beach, another one that was in that dogfight at the Southeast Regionals, and also representing the West Coast. It's Wales from Seattle Rowing Center who is fighting for that lead with the boat from Miami Beach. Hanging on in 3rd in lane 3, Orange County, Shoal from Orange County, Wide Quad Cities, Farrell. Right now is hanging on to 5th, but in a duel with Brackey from Minnesota for that 5th place spot right now, but sticking right in the middle there too. Ashoff from Newport. It's the first semifinal for the men's singles. Top 3 to the A final. The remainders will go to the B final. U.S. Rowing also provides great referees, training and managing more than 500 referees who preside at the 135 registered regattas each year. They manage a system for coaches to learn to be the best, committed to the highest standards of fairness and safety in coaches. These volunteer refs working hard here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. First semifinal of the men's singles. It appears that Wales from Seattle Rowing is maintaining just a slight lead right now over Ferguson from Miami Beach in 3rd spot, trying to keep a spot for those. That grand final. Final A is Shoal from Orange County, Ferguson from Miami Beach in 4th right now. A fight for 5th. You can see happening right now between Minnesota and Y Quad Cities and Newport. Ashoff from Newport right now just trailing the field, but still in contact there. Here they come, about 300 meters to go in this first semifinal here at the Youth National Rowing Championships, sponsored by ANX, Philippi, and JR Soda Shop, among the many sponsors supporting these youngsters competing here this afternoon. Heading down to the line, 3 boats out in front. Ferguson in 4th right now. We'll see if he can make a move, but we'll see how it all turns out as we head to the finish line tower. And a call from Willie Black.
Less than 250 meters to go. Last 200 meters in this race. This is going to be pretty exciting as they come in. See who out of these 7 boats, which 3 are going to get to the A final. So right now it is Wales who's out in front. He has about a boat length over that's Shoal now. And then in 3rd place, looks like it is Wales across the line in 1st place. And then Ferguson. I'm sorry.
Mark.
So it looks like Wales, Ferguson, and Shoal will be moving on to the A final.
All right, we are at the starting line again for the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. This is semifinal 2 of the men's youth single 7-boat race. We've got Long Island in lane 1, Rocks from Orlando in lane 2, Ridgewood from New Jersey in lane 3, Narragansett from Rhode Island in lane 4, Jacksonville, Florida in lane 5, and Rochester Rowing Club out of Minnesota in lane 6. In lane 7. We are getting ready for the start. We have about a minute to go. The water is absolutely perfect. The wind that hit the women's singles just a few minutes ago has died down. It's a little bit less of a headwind right now. Conditions are ideal. Slight overcast sky, flat water. Beautiful day for racing and our semifinals afternoon here on Saturday. We'll be going to the start. I do not see a starting flag yet, but it will be up momentarily. They are polling the crews at this point. This gives the scullers one last chance to know that they're ready to go. Adjustment. The flag is up. The flag is down. Here we go. The men's singles semifinal 2 is underway. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scullers are racing well. They are coming into finishing the first 100 meters. The first 100 meters of a race is the breakage zone. So if anything were to happen with their boat or their equipment, it only counts within the first 100 meters. All the crews, all the boys are rowing very well right now. Clean, sitting up tall, good form, like their coaches want. Thinking about pushing those legs down. It's a great race here. We've got lane 3 and lane 4 may have opened up just a little bit of a lead right now. Lane 3 is sculler Yellow from Ridgewood. He does have a from Narragansett, Buckholtz, both in yellow boats. And then we've got lane 5 here in the black fluid design boat. That is sculler Kelly from Jacksonville, looking very strong. And then right behind him, slight overlap, is lane 2. That's Rock's sculler for Davison. He's in 4th. So again, the race may come down to this 5-2, but it's anybody's race right now, so it's way, way too early to call. We've got lane 6 closest to us. That is sculler Vigiano from Rochester, Minnesota. He's here in this multicolored boat, red and yellow. He's right in the thick of things. He's racing against sculler lane number 2 over there a little bit further across. Lane 1 and lane 7 are just a slightly back on lane 6, so they're doing very well. This is a very close race for that top 3 spots going on to the grand final tomorrow. I really like the way lane number 3, the Ridgewood sculler, Chris DeCello, is looking very tall, very upright, good use of his legs, nice and patient, looking around, eyeing in all of the action that's around him. But lane 4 is a strong-looking young man, Buckholtz from Narragansett. He's working, and he does not want to not just finish in the top 3. He'd like to win this semifinal, as the placements in the semifinals do help you go into your seating for the proper lanes, middle lanes, for the grand final. Right now, 3, 4, 5 are all looking good. A little bit of open water from lane 5 here to lane 2 and 6. Lane 2 and 6. Lane 6 putting on a little bit of burst of speed. He's looking over at lane 2. That would be our sculler from Rochester Rowing Club, looking over at Rock's sculler Davison from Orlando.
Quite a race shaping up at the front of this pack, isn't it? It was Kelly from Jacksonville, who's in lane 5, who had the clear wind in the Southeast Regional, and who has fought his way to the semifinal, the second of the semifinals for the men's singles. He, however, is facing quite a challenge from the 2 boats that are in the lead right now. That's Crisitiello from Ridgewood and Buckholtz from Narragansett. In the meantime, in lane 6, Vigiano from Rochester holding right in there in a battle for 4th place with the boat from ROCCS, piloted by Davison. The Long Island boat back in 5th right now, or 6th rather, in the 7-boat race. In 6th out of the 7, it's Quarles from St. Mark in lane 7, which again is way on the outside, trailing the field right now. But out front, what a race here between the Ridgewood and Narragansett boats, leading the boat from Jacksonville there in lane 5 by just a bit of open water, probably a half a boat length of open water between their boats and that. It will be quite a fight, I think, down to that finish line. But those 3 boats in front hoping to go to the A final for these men's singles at the Youth National Championships. So here as they approach 12:50 into the race, 750 meters to go. I would give the advantage, but only a slight advantage, to lane 4 and Buckholz from Narragansett. Ridgewood in lane 3 right there. And in third place right now is Kelly from Jacksonville in lane 5. Meanwhile, fourth place held on by ROCCS in lane 2. It's Vigiano from Rochester in lane 6 who's in 5th place right now. 6th belongs to the Long Island boat, and 7th to St. Mark. Began to talk about those many important sponsors who keep these great events happening, thanks to the official merchandise of the regatta. The Boathouse Sports, C2, Connected Dock, and Croker, all in the house for these Youth National Championships. The official housing partner is EMC Venues, and official timing by Here Now Systems, making sure you have those results as quick as we can get them to you. Second semifinal of the men's single. Top threes to the A final, others to the B final. The 1,500 meter mark, and now a clear lead for Narragansett. Second place belongs to Ridgewood right now. Ridgewood beginning to be challenged by Kelly from Jacksonville in lane 5. 3 boats going right now. Still, pretty much the field is staying the same, with ROCCS in 4th, Rochester in 5th, Long Island in 6th, and St. Mark in 7th in a 7-boat race. These are the semifinals for the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The finals, they will be streamed live as well here on YouTube by U.S. Rowing beginning at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The A, B, and C finals for each of the events here at these Youth National Championships. 250 meters to go with Narragansett in a clear lead, Ridgewood in 2nd, Jacksonville in 3rd. We'll go to the tower and see how this all ends up.
Just under 250 meters to go, with the top 3 remaining in their positions that they've held for some time now. But Buckholz from Narragansett, and on his far side from Ridgewood is Crisatello. So Buckholz, Crisatello. Third place right now is Kelly from Jacksonville, and he is fighting off a move from Mr. Davison from ROCCS. So coming across the line is Buckholz from Narragansett, and from Ridgewood, Mr. Crisatello.
Mark.
Kelly from Jacksonville.
Mark.
Davison.
Mark.
Vigiano. Corals. I'm sorry. That's from Long Island. Arugi. Finished 6th. And then on the outside, bound number 7, but actually in lane 0, is Corals to finish out the men's semifinal 2.
We are at the start again for our next semifinal. This is a new event. This is the women's lightweight double semifinal 1. At the start, they have just started. We have in lane 1 Episcopal School from Dallas, GMS Rowing, NorCal Crew in lane 3, Essex in 4, Stanford in lane 5, and closest to us in lane 6 is the Quad Cities Rowing Association out of the Davenport Moline area. These are lightweight women, so they weigh under 130 pounds or less. 2 people, 4 oars, both sculling. Here we go. They're coming into about parallel with our camera angle. Lane 1, stroking still quite high, but lane 4. Again, very, very early in the race, just now coming into the 200 mark. If you can notice the red line of buoys right there, that is the 250. So we've got 5, this point. Lane 5 is Stanford with the white hats, black unis, black. Right next to them is, which is the Quad City. White and black sash on their red unis and the white and red oars. They are just now trailing back just a little bit. Side of our battling it very closely, and lane 4 still has, lane 4 is Essex, still has a very slight lead over lane 3, which is NorCal in lane 3. NorCal in lane 3. Very close. So right now it's lane 4 Essex, lane 3 NorCal, and lane 5 Stanford, all vying for that top 3 spots to go on into the grand final tomorrow. They have passed the 500-meter mark and working towards the 600. And again, all these crews, 130 pounds or less, young women, and doing very nice. Heads are up, legs are strong, pumping well. Lane 2 is falling just a little bit back on lane 5. Lane 2 is GMS. And lane 6 now moving back on lane 1. Lane 1 Episcopal School from Dallas. We've got some great racing going on here. We're working for timing, looking for impulse. The young ladies all weigh about the same, so it really comes down to who can row better, more efficiently across water. We've got a little bit of a headwind here hitting the crew. They didn't have it at the start, but they're hitting it now as they're coming into the 750. They've just crossed the 750, and they'll be working towards the 1,000. And we're going to be turning it over to our second half on-water announcers here in just a moment. And
as they approach the halfway point of this race, and what a race up front there. Look at these young ladies working hard. The boat there from Essex is in the lead, but just about a boat length lead over the second place boat of NorCal, but NorCal being pursued by Stanford here at the 1,000-meter mark. So 1, 2, 3 right there, not out of the hunt. And lane 2 is GMS Rowing. It looks like Y-Quad Cities is doing a fine job and hanging in 5th place right now with the boat from Episcopal Dallas that is trailing the field. The first semifinal for the women's lightweight youth doubles here at the Youth National Championships, crossing the halfway point with Essex continuing to lead, but now getting moved on by the boat from NorCal. NorCal has begun to move up on that boat from Essex. Essex had almost a full boat length lead, and now they have found that being reduced in a hurry. Stanford also charging forward as they go along, and GMS Rowing trying to hang in there with that lead pack as they go down. Also, Y-Quad Cities Rowing, they feel the pressure. They're trying to catch up with the pack right now. They have upped the ante quite a bit, and it does appear that NorCal is on the move, and Essex is beginning to lose their lead. Stanford on the move as well. This is just the first of the semifinal for the women's lightweight youth doubles here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. But this next semifinal might be just as exciting. We'll have to see. 3 boats will go to the A final, the others to the B final. So again, it's the places 1 through 6 in the country for the A final, places 7 through 12 for the B final. Y-Quad Cities beginning to struggle to try to keep up. Well off the pace is Episcopal Dallas in lane 1. But out front right now, NorCal beginning to make a move on the boat from Essex. As a matter of fact, it looks like NorCal has caught up and is passing the boat from Essex. Meantime, charging up in lane 5, Stanford is right there as well. Not yet out of the picture, but struggling to try to keep up with that fast lead pack. GMS Rowing in lane 2 doing very, very well. 1,500-meter mark. Just about 20 meters away in this first of the semifinals. 3 boats at the front. They want the pick of the lanes for that A final, so they are going all out. NorCal has taken over the lead from Essex in lane 4, Stanford in lane 5 in third, but right there in contact with those leaders. In the meantime, GMS Rowing hanging in there well. Y-Quad Cities about 4 boat lengths of open water behind that boat from GMS Rowing, which is in 4th place, and then right behind them, but over in lane 1, Episcopal Dallas off the pace as well. It will be an exciting finish here. Essex had been holding on to that lead, almost a full boat length lead. They may have done too soon, too fast, because they're beginning to fade just slightly. They're in 2nd place now. NorCal looking strong. They just kicked up their stroke rate as well, about 300 meters to go in this first semifinal for the women's lightweight youth doubles here at the National Championships for U.S. Rowing Youth. Hosted today by Oak Ridge Rowing Association. A lot of local folks working hard, I should say. Big thanks to Executive Director Bill Garland and Head Coach Alan Eubanks, Board President Bob Franks from Oak Ridge Rowing Association, helping out and helping make these championships a success. 250 meters to go. NorCal still in the lead. 2nd place belongs to Essex. 3rd to Stanford. GMS Rowing in 4th, and they are going to be fighting all the way to the finish line here in this first semifinal for the women's lightweight doubles.
Last 200 meters here, and now if these top 3 boats are still pushing hard, they're pushing hard for lane placement, because it is the top 3 crews have a pretty clear lead over 4th place, which is GMS. The Stanford crew with possibly a boat length over the GMS crew. Stanford in 3rd, GMS in 4th. That's the cutoff for making the A final. So lane 3, that's NorCal coming across the line first, closely followed by Essex. Stanford, lane 5. GMS, they're 4th place. Y-Quad Cities in 5th. And the last boat in the women's lightweight youth double semifinal 1 will be Episcopal from Dallas.
And here we are at the 500-meter mark of the second semifinal of the women's youth double. We've got a barn burner of a race here as well. Lane 4 and lane 1 are out there in front, with lane 2 and 3 vying for that much sought after 3rd place spot. Lane 5 is in 5th place, and lane 6 just slightly behind them as well. Here we go with lane 4 is Miami Beach out in the front, with lane 1 Seattle Rowing Center. 2 clubs, opposite ends of the country, racing side by side. Right next to them we've got lane 3 is Dallas Rowing Club. In 3rd place right now with lane 2 Conestoga in the red boat. They're falling slightly behind, but these 4 boats are all really working hard. Lane 5 is Steel City Rowing Club in the yellow Empacher boat right here from Pittsburgh, and right next to them, lane 6, North Allegheny, also familiar waters on the Ohio River in Pittsburgh, Ohio. This is very close, one of our closest races through as we're approaching the 800-meter mark. We've got lane 4 still out and slightly, but not by much. From our angle, it's actually very, very close. Lane 1 and lane 4. Lane 3 is a little bit more comfortable in the 3rd place. Lane 3 again is Conestoga, but lane 5 and lane 6 are battling hard. This is nobody's going away easy in this race at all. Everybody wants to move on to the grand final tomorrow of the women's lightweight double, excuse me. Lane 4 making a little move here as they're moving into the 1,000-meter mark. They're moving. They've just upped their stroke rating a little bit. We're going to hand it over to our second half of our line.
A little bit of sunshine, and those colors begin to pop here on Melton Hill Lake. These youth national championships, second semifinal for the women's lightweight doubles. halfway through right now. Look at that, red, white, and blue right across the course there. Or white, red, blue, white, yellow, black. But we won't go there now. What a race here, though, between the boat in lane 1. That's a Seattle Rowing Center. And the one in lane 4, Miami Beach. Duking it out at the front of this pack. Right in the middle of that mix is Dallas. Maintaining contact there, and a very close semifinal here for this women's lightweight doubles. 3 boats to the A final, the big final. The other 3 to the B final. They all want to be there. All these boats separated just about 4 boat lengths apart from the bow of the leader to the stern of the trailer. And boy, I think Miami Beach sensed a little bit of a challenge from both Seattle and now Dallas, and began to move out just a little bit, really beginning to put their backs into the oars here 1,250 meters into the race. But it is Miami Beach with about a boat length lead right now over Seattle Rowing Center, holding on to second place, but just tenuously, because right there in lane 3, Dallas is giving them a run for their money. Meanwhile, Steel City in lane 5 beginning to catch up and catch that lead pack. In lane 2, Conestoga hanging right there with Steel City as well. And in lane 6, North Allegheny trying to keep up with the pack, but beginning to fall slightly back. In the lead right now in this women's lightweight youth double semi-final 2, it is the Miami Beach boat that is in the lead by about a boat length over the Seattle Rowing Center and Conestoga. Dallas in the mix and Steel City as well. Meanwhile, it's Conestoga actually in 5th place, and North Allegheny in 6th in a 6-boat race with 500 meters to go. Beautiful day in Oak Ridge with that sun coming out, occasionally hiding behind the clouds, so not getting crispy or very crispy yet today. About 80 degrees out here and a lot less humidity. It started the day at 100% humidity, now just about 67%. At perfect competing conditions for these young rowers at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. All made possible by some great referees, too. A very special thanks going out to the hard work being put in by the volunteer referee corps at the regatta here today. Chief referee Dave Hayes, Deputy Chief Letcher Ross went above and beyond in their preparations for the regatta. Things rolling smoothly. A bit of a delay yesterday, but that was fog. Nothing the refs can do about that. Second semifinal. This will come down, I think, to the finish line, because Steel City has begun to really bite into the lead of the front 3 boats. So it'll be very interesting to see how it all wraps up. 3 boats back to it. It looks like that Dallas boat has begun to flag slightly after trying to make a move, and Conestoga, Seattle Rowing Center's back in 2nd right now. Dallas in 3rd, Steel City in 4th. Conestoga's dropped back to 5th, and North Allegheny is in 6th, well behind the leaders here. 3 boats to the finish, coming down to the finish line. Can Miami Beach hold on? Does Steel City have some gas in their tank to catch up with them? We will see in just 250 meters.
.250 meters to go, and it is going to be a good one all the way down to the finish. Again, top three. It is still Miami out in front, but on the far side, Seattle Rowing Center in lane 1, putting in a good push here. But the battle now is between Steel City and Dallas. Now the angle you're seeing on the screen is a little distorted, but it does look like that Seattle boat is putting in a good push there on the far side over in lane 1. So they are going to come across in 1st place with Miami 2nd, and it is going to be Dallas taking that 3rd place spot. Steel City coming in 4th, Conestoga 5th, and 6 is North Allegheny for the 2nd semi in the women's light double.
And here we are at the starting line for the women's double. The women's double semifinal 1. We are underway. Lane 4 from Long Beach. We got lane 3 and lane 5 side by side, working the is Lake Lake Union. Lane 1 is Long Island on the far side of our camera angle. Long Island is in the red caps with the black, white, and red blades. Lane 2, right behind them, is Sono. And lane 6, closest to us, Conestoga. Lane 6 is right here in the white boat and sculling very nicely, very even, slightly ahead of lane 2. Right now, back to the lead, we've got lane 4 sculling very well, looking very, very close. In time, lane 4 again from Long Beach, California. Lane 5 is Lake Union out of Seattle. And then lane 3, Narragansett from Rhode Island. Very close between 5 and 3, but lane 1 isn't going anywhere. Long Island racing well. They are not going to be taken out of this race. It's right now lane 4, lane 5, lane 3, then lane 1, lane 2, lane 6. Lane 2 and lane 6 basically neck and neck right now between Sono and Conestoga. So an exciting race, a little more spread out than the last race of the doubles. These are open weight women's doubles, so that means they can weigh more than 130 pounds. Sometimes that makes it faster, sometimes not. Just depends on how the two young ladies time themselves together. Again, it looks like we have Long Beach rowing away from the rest of the field, looking very comfortable, sitting tall, with lane 5 and lane 3 still battling out for that second, third position. But again, lane 1 on the far side of the course seat up lane 2 over lane 6 right now. We're going to be going into the 1,000-meter mark, and we have our first place crew. We are heading over to our second half online coverage.
Final. This is in that last semifinal for the lightweight women's doubles. These are the regular women's doubles, and boy, look at this lead. Halfway point, 1,000-meter mark, and there is Long Beach Juniors in the lead by easily 3 boat lengths of open water over the second place boat of Lake Union right now. Third place belongs to Narragansett in lane 3. Way over in lane 1, it's Long Island, who right now is in 4th place. 5th place belongs to Sono A, and Conestoga is in 6th place in lane 6. But what just overwhelming lead for the Long Beach Juniors in lane 4. They are out open water, well ahead of the second place boat from Lake Union. Narragansett in the mix for those top 3 spots going to the A final. Among our great sponsors for the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, Hilton HH Honors, JanSport, Ludus Tours, and ANX. Thanks for your support of these youngsters who could be what you're seeing today, the future Olympians rowing for the United States. Long Beach Juniors way in the lead. Second place right now, a fight between Narragansett and Lake Union. And in the meantime, over in lane 1 and 2, Long Island and Sono are battling it out for that 4th place spot. And just trailing by slightly more than a boat length, it's Conestoga in lane 6 in this first semifinal for the women's doubles. Top 3 to the A final. This is the 20th annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Not every year of those 20 in Oak Ridge, but last year and this year in Oak Ridge. Top 3 contenders from each regional championship race earned a bid to compete here at Oak Ridge. The regatta began yesterday with heats, continued today with repechage, and now in the semifinals. Streaming live on YouTube, on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel, and the finals streamed live tomorrow, beginning at 8 o'clock in the morning, the C, B, and A finals. 500 meters to go. Long Beach Juniors making it look easy in this first semifinal, way out ahead of this pack. Second place, it looks like Narragansett, Lake Union in third place right now. Sono in lane 2 has taken over fourth. Fifth belongs to Long Island. Sixth to Conestoga. So we throw it back up to the tower to see at least who comes in second and third in this race, because it looks like that Lake Union boat may get a challenge from the boat from Sono, but we'll see.
Just outside the 250-meter buoys, it's Long Beach. With a clear lead, maintaining that lead, rowing very comfortably, very easily, just watching the race unfold behind them. On either side of them, second and third place, whether it's going to be Lake Union or Narragansett, we'll see. But those three boats are out in front right now. Long Beach, just very comfortable out there. Rating is, I'm guessing, well below their typical last 250-meter rating, as they're just watching it all unfold. On the far side, Narragansett, but it's Lake Union. I'm sorry, it is Long Beach coming to the line. Just rowing so easily, so comfortably. And they're across. In second place, it's going to be Narragansett. And Lake Union, those are the top three going into the A final in the women's double. Sono finishing. Long Island. And the last boat to come across here, lane 6 in sixth place, is Conestoga. And we're going to the second semifinal.
With a very slight lead over lane 3. Lane 3 is Saugatuck out of Connecticut. Lane 4, the Founders Club from Florida. Lane 1 on the far side of our view is Miami Beach. Lane 2, Vashon Island from Washington. And lane 6, Episcopal School from Dallas, Texas. They've all crossed the 500-meter mark by now. Lane 3, lane 5, lane 4 are your top three. Lane 4 and lane 3 battling it very hard right now. Lane 4, the Founders, and lane 1, Miami Beach. In the blue boat, far side. They're all racing hard. They're tall. They're strong. They're racing. The headwind is still present, but not evident to these young ladies at this point. Lane 5, lane 3, lane 4, with lane 3 just wanting that third place spot. Lane 6 here from Episcopal School starting to make a move. They know they need to move up a little bit if they're going to catch one of the top three crews by the finish line. Lane 2 is Vashon Island battling with lane 6, Episcopal School. Lane 1 just out of third place with lane 4, the Founders, in third. We've got lane 3, lane 5 still out in the lead with first and second place. Crews are looking good. This is kind of the point where people like to make a move.
In the Northeast, it was Saugatuck who claimed the gold over Pelham in the women's double. And here they are in this race in lane 3 in second right now, with Stanford in lane 5 making quite a move here at the halfway point of the second semifinal for the women's doubles. Third place is Founders. Vashon Island in lane 2 right now in fourth place. No, excuse me. That's Miami Beach, who's in fourth place right now. Vashon Island is in fifth, and Episcopal Dallas in sixth. Now, the top three women's teams from the Northeast District were Vashon Island, Lake Union, that was in the last semi, and Holy Names, and they all finished within 0.8 of a second of one another in that Northeast District race. Top three to the final, as mentioned, others to the B final on the semifinals day at the Youth National Championships for U.S. Rowing. Stanford is really putting on a show here and doing a fine job of leading this race by almost a full boat length over the boat from Saugatuck. Founders, by the way, is still hanging on to third, but they're getting a challenge from Miami Beach in lane 1. Vashon Island, one of those top competitors from the Northeast, is in 5th place. They don't pick things up in the Northwest. A little bit of a typo there. Sorry about the Northwest District. Vashon Island is kind of slightly lagging here at the 12:50 mark. But way out front, Stanford here in the second semifinal for the women's doubles. They're in the lead over Saugatuck. Founders is in third, but they are about a full boat length back from the second place boat of Saugatuck. Then a little bit of open water back to the Miami Beach boat. Vashon Island, open water, about 10 meters open water back to them, and then the 6th place boat of Episcopal Dallas here. And the women's double, they are well off the pace, but I just heard the stroke bark at her bow person to pick it up and make it move in that Episcopal Dallas boat. 500 meters to go. Stanford continues to lead in this second semifinal. Saugatuck continues to be in second, with Founders in lane 4 in third. Miami Beach has begun to lose a little bit of ground to Vashon Island, who's coming up and trying to take over that 4th spot, but they're still Vashon Island about a boat length behind. Way out front, it's Stanford. Just teaching these other boats a lesson, wanting to qualify well for the A final, get a good lane choice for tomorrow, or a lane pick for tomorrow as they progress. Keep on going. Stanford just working hard right here. Many, many folks supporting these young athletes, both on the beach and through sponsorships of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Thanks to NK, to Regatta Central, the Rowing Repair Center, and Rudy Project, all sponsors here of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Second semifinal for the women's doubles. Stanford putting on a show as they're 250 meters from the finish, and most other folks are about 20 meters behind them, so we'll turn it back to the tower to see how things wrap up for the other two pieces. And here we go, back to the finish tower for the finish of the second semifinal.
Stanford way out in front here, maintaining this lead, rowing very comfortably. They're in the white boat out in front with the white caps. On the far side is, that would be Saugatuck. Also in a white boat in dark tops. So there's your first and second place. Stanford, about 100 meters to the line now. Saugatuck in second. You see the lead that they have and how comfortable they are out in front, just easily rowing across the line, not using too much energy because they don't have to. They've got 4 boats of open water as Stanford crosses the line. Next to the line is going to be Saugatuck, and also just cruising smoothly across the line. So they have that second place quite secure. Founders. That's your top 3 going to the A final. Vashon Island. Miami. And rounding out the field is Episcopal of Dallas.
Mark. Everybody looks good. They're rowing strong. Everybody's through the 500-meter mark. We've got lane 6 closest to us. Very great view of Stanford with lane 5, lane 4. Lane 4 has moved into second place. Tempe Juniors. Lane 5 is in third. Lane 3 is Malvern Prep. Malvern Prep just out of the grand final picture right now. They want to make a move, but lane 5 is Pinecrest from Florida. They're starting to make a move here. They're sitting tall. They want to move into that second place position. They're battling with lane 4, which is Tempe Juniors. Lane 3's fallen back just a little bit, with lane 1 now, New Canaan, making a move back into the 4th place position. Lane 1 and lane 3 working hard, with still lane 2 hanging on tight. They are just one close length back in 6th place. Lane 6 is making a bit of a move here as they come into through the 800 meter mark into the 900 meter mark down. Hard, the boys working well here. Lane 5 has moved back on lane 4, so the fight between 2nd and 3rd place is dramatic. There is an open water gap between 3rd and 4th place at this time. This is a point where some crews can get a little comfortable, but you always have to be watching what's going on around you. So these boys are paying attention not only to their own rowing, but also what's going on around them and in the other lanes. Being on the outside lane is often helpful. In the front. Crossing the crossing the 1,000 meter mark first. Lane 5.
Indeed, here at the halfway point, quite a battle happening close to shore in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Malvern Preparatory, one of the faster qualifiers for this semifinal, in lane 3 is well behind the front 3 boats. Matter of fact, it looks like Malvern has begun to slip back into 5th place right now. But out in the lead with about 3 feet of open water in lane 6, the boat from Stanford. Boat from Stanford in a women's double just last race was putting on quite a show, and here this Stanford boat in the men's lightweight doubles doing much the same in the first semifinal. Full boat length lead over the 2nd place boat from Pinecrest. Tempe Junior crew there hanging on 3rd in lane 4. After that, it's New Canaan High School in lane 1, Malvern Prep in lane 3, and trailing the pack in lane 2, it's Hawken. U.S. Rowing, recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for rowing in America. A membership organization with over 40,000 individual members and 1,200 organizational members. That's what you see at work here, some of those organizations and those rowers who are members. We're watching the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships semifinals, semifinal number 1 of the lightweight doubles for men here, and Stanford just really putting on a show with open water, and now making a move in lane 4, Tempe Juniors. The Tempe Junior crew is now taking over 2nd. They are about a 1/3 of a boat length lead over the Pinecrest boat in lane 5. After that, it's almost 20 meters back to the next boat, which is New Canaan High in lane 1. Well off the pace in lane 3's Malvern Prep, and also the Hawken boat, which is now in 6th in this race. But look at these Stanford rowers out front. They just continue to extend their lead. They saw the move coming up from the Tempe Juniors, and they responded and are staying that open water lead ahead of the boat from Tempe Juniors. Quite a race out front here. Boy, Stanford really putting on a show. The bow rower in the Stanford boat glancing over his shoulders, seeing 250 meters to go in this first semifinal for the men's lightweight youth doubles. 2nd place right now, Tempe Juniors. 3rd belongs to Pinecrest. We'll see how they end up at the finish line. Now off to the tower.
Stanford doing it again in the men's lightweight double. Really solid program out there on the West Coast. Stanford out in front. Tempe Juniors have passed Pinecrest and now in 2nd place. But these 3 crews, top crews, Stanford, Tempe, and Pinecrest, well ahead of the rest of the field and securing themselves a spot into the A final. We've got a big crowd, a little bit of cowbell. It's all good here in Oak Ridge. Lane 6, Stanford coming across the line. Tempe Juniors, Pinecrest. Out on the far side, it's going to be New Canaan And they are coming to the line in a battle for 5th and 6th, a battle for pride. It's going to be Hawken and then Malvern Prep in 6th place across the line in the first semifinal of the men's lightweight double.
And here we are underway with the men's youth double semifinal number 2. We have a very close race again. These boys are racing. This is lane 5, lane 4, lane 3, lane 2. In that order, with lane 6 and lane 1 just back of the pack. Lane 5 is Malvern Prep. Lane 4, Jacksonville. Lane East End. Lane 2, Stamford. Lane 1 is GMS from Connecticut, and lane 6, Augusta. Lane 5 and lane 4 battling it hard. These guys are the open weight doubles. They're still obviously in high school, and they're not as big as they're going to get, but they're racing hard, pushing themselves to the limit to make that A final racing tomorrow. They're coming in on the 500-meter mark. We've got lane 4 with a slight lead. That's Jacksonville from Florida, with Malvern Prep right behind them. And lane 3 and lane 2 are battling for that 3rd place position at this time. Lane 3 is East End, and lane 2, Stanford, with lane 1 and lane 6 just back of the pack at this time. Still about a half a boat length back on lane, or in 4th place is lane 1, which is GMS, and lane 6, basically even, is Augusta. Lane 4, working hard. They're staying tall. They're staying up on their rating. Lane 5 right there. Lane 3 stroking well. Looks like we've got lane 2 taking a little move. That's Stanford. They're working a little harder.
Wrong race.
Okay, I am very sorry. We've made a major error here. I'm calling the wrong race. The lanes are correct, obviously, but we have the second heat, or second semifinal of the men's lightweight doubles. I am sorry, and I apologize to the crews and their coaches and family. We do have in lead lane 4, up in the front. Lane 4 is Miami Beach. Miami Rowing is in lane 5, Sagamore in lane 6.
Race. These rowers are working hard in the second semifinal for the men's lightweight doubles. Approaching the halfway mark, and these 4 boats at the front are just an incredible speed they're putting on. Here at the halfway mark, halfway through the race, and they look like they're sprinting already. They still have 1,000 meters to go. Miami Beach in the lead, trying to hold off Miami Rowing in lane 5 and Brookline in lane 3. Meanwhile, it's Y Quad Cities in lane 2, maintaining contact with those boats. The only boats who are a bit out of the hunt at this point, at least, is the Bonner Prendergast boat in lane 1 and Sagamore in lane 6. But out front, just a blistering pace for Miami Beach, and they may be paying the price now because Miami Rowing's making a move on them. Miami Rowing is now neck and neck with the Miami Beach boat. Brookline right there too, and as if they're not flagging either, look at them begin to pull out. Amazing work being done by these young rowers in the second semifinal for the men's lightweight doubles. Bow ball to bow ball, back and forth, fighting for the lead. 1,250 meters in, 750 meters to go. They want to get one of those spots in the A final. You can see the rowers in the Miami Beach boat glancing to the right to see Brookline giving them a run for their money. Now glancing to their left to see the Miami Rowing boat giving a run for their money. Almost even in lanes 3, 4, and 5 in the center of the course. Just an amazing race going on here in the second semifinals for the lightweight doubles men. It'll be interesting to see whose bow ball crosses that line first. Who might flag for having expended too much energy at the blistering pace at the beginning? We'll have to wait and see here. But as they approach the 1,500-meter mark, it's a dogfight out front in the second semifinal between Brookline, Miami Beach, and Miami Rowing. 3, 4, 5, lanes 3, 4, and 5. just hitting the 1,500 meter mark right now. Amazing work being done by these rowers. Meanwhile, in fourth place, it's Y Quad Cities. Fifth place belongs just barely to Bonner Prendergast in lane 1. Sagamore hanging right in there and trying to fight for that fifth position, but they are trailing. It looks like Miami has begun to assert themselves. They are now taking over the lead here in these lightweight men's doubles. The 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, sponsored by United Airlines, Vespoli, and Wintech Racing. Some just fantastic racing here in Oak Ridge on Melton Hill Lake. Especially in this particular semifinal, as they approach about 300 meters to go. Looks like Miami Beach is paying for that blistering pace, and Miami as well, because now it looks like it's the Brookline boat in lane 3 who's begun to pull ahead. Indeed they have. 250 meters to go. Who will hang on? Who will make that sprint and cross the finish line first? Willie Black and the finish tower, take us to the end and let us know what happens in the second semifinal for the lightweight double men.
Brookline moving up a little bit here after sitting back a little bit and now making a big push right in the middle of the course there. It is Brookline and Miami Rowing in first and second positions, with Miami Beach in third, but those three look pretty solid. But on the outside, Y Quad Cities, who was in fourth place, is making a furious push. You can see them on the outside. Now, it looks like the Y Quad City boat in the video is in second place, but as we come closer to the finish line, you'll see that they are in fourth. But they are making quite a push. So it is going to be Brookline coming to the line, and then Miami Rowing, Miami Beach, and Y Quad Cities in fourth place. Y Quad Cities putting on a huge effort, but falling just a little bit short, finishing fourth. And Sagamore Rowing coming across. And Bonner Prendergast. Next up is the men's youth double, semi 1.
Double semifinal 1. We've got lane 3, East End, out in the lead with lane 4, Jacksonville. Very close behind. Lane 2, basically even with Jacksonville, is Stanford. Lane 6 and lane 1 are neck and neck, and lane 5, 1 seat down, half a deck. Lane 5 is Malvern Prep. Lane 6, closest to the camera, is Augusta. Jacksonville right now basically tied for second with lane 2, Stanford. East End continues to be in the lead by about 1 length, closed length. Lane 1 is fighting for third in fourth at this moment. Lane 1 is in the blue boat, far side of the race course, GMS from Connecticut. Lane 6, closest to us, lane 5, lane 1 are all very, very close. Lane 4 here with the black blades and the black unis rowing a little bit lower rating than lane 3. That may show that they have something to give later in the race. And again, the top 3 crews move on to the final, A final. Second, 4, 5, 6 place boats go to the petite final or the second place finals tomorrow. Lane 3 continues to be in the front. That's East End. Then lane 4, then lane 2, which is Stanford. Lane 1 is making a move up on lane 2, so this is not over by any stretch. Lane 6 and lane 5 right next door to lane 1, maybe a half a boat length down. We're going to be changing over to our next announcer.
Nice water for these 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Certainly taking advantage of that nice water right now is East End in this semifinal, number 1 of the men's doubles for this championship regatta. The race here is going to be for second and third. Look at those bows right there. Lanes 4, 2, and 1. kind of neck and neck right there with each other, but it's East End in the lead right now. Second, I'd have to give to Jacksonville with Kelly stroking. Kelly just raced in the singles a little bit earlier in the semifinals. Third place right now belongs to Stanford, and fourth place to GMS Rowing. They are in contact, but out front it's East End exerting themselves and taking advantage of an open water lead over the rest of the pack right now. Meanwhile, in fifth, it's Malvern Prep in lane 5 and Augusta in lane 6 in sixth place right now. U.S. Rowing promotes diversity in the sport through America Rows and encourages active participation in adaptive rowing programs across the country, something that is very much on the rise, and U.S. Rowing right there at the forefront and helping make it happen. First of the semifinals for the men's doubles here at the Youth National Championships. East End making it look easy right now, maintaining that open water lead. A fight for second and third between Stanford and Jacksonville, and trying to maintain that contact with those front three is the boat from GMS Rowing over in lane 1, but it is that East End boat in lane 3, just way out in front of these other boats. But still a lot of water to cover in this 2,000-meter race. They're approaching the 1,500-meter mark. They still have some water under them. Anything can happen any given day to any of these boats. These rowers have been working hard to be here. A very vigorous spring practice and competing to make it to these national championships for the 2013 season. Top three to the A final, others to the B final in this first of the semifinals for the men's doubles. Looks like East End's begun to cede a little bit of that lead to Jacksonville in lane 4. They began to move up. Again, Jay Kelly, who's stroking that, I believe was the same Kelly who was in one of the semifinals for the men's singles earlier. East End trying to maintain that first place hold. Second belongs to Jacksonville. Third to Stanford. Fourth to GMS Rowing, who've just picked up their stroke rate considerably, but I think they've fallen off the pace enough that they're not going to be in the top three. In the meantime, Malvern Prep has picked up the pace as well. They're beginning to catch up with that GMS boat. And Augusta trying to maintain stroke for stroke with the Malvern Prep here at the back of the pack. But as they hit the 250-meter mark, it is East End in the lead, Jacksonville in second, Stanford in third. Over to the tower and Willie for the finish.
Into the 250-meter buoys where they turn red. It is East End comfortably out in front. And noticing earlier, if you were watching that video, it was Jacksonville, which is nice, easy rowing. They are well below race pace. Well below race pace in second place, but they I don't think wanted to put on a big fight in this semifinal. They know they're going to make the A final, and they are just cruising. So it is East End coming to the finish line in first place in the first semifinal of the men's double, and they are across the line. Rowing so easily and comfortably is Jacksonville. Stanford on the far side. Those are your top three going to the A final tomorrow. Going to the B final will be GMS, Malvern Prep, and Augusta. Going to the second semifinal now.
We are underway with semifinal 2 of the men's youth double with Vashon Island with about one closed length lead, with lane 4, lane 5, lane 6 all striving for that second place spot. Lane 3 and lane 1 very close right behind. We've got lane 4 and lane 5. That is Lane 4 is Lake Oswego out of Portland, Oregon, and Lane 5, Skyline Crew. They are all racing very well, quite high stroke rating still within the inside the first 500 meters. Lane 4, Lane 5, looking eye to eye, bowman to bowman, right across the line. There is no difference in where they are place-wise. Lane 2 is coming down from their speed off the start, and their Lane 4 and Lane 5 are inching into the lead crew of Vashon Island. We've got Lane 3 and Lane 1 close behind with Lane 6. These boys are all racing extremely well, and it's anybody's race at this point. Lane 6 is Parati out of San Diego. Lane 5, Skyline Crew, Lake Oswego, and Lane 4. Lane 3 is Stanford, and Lane 2 still in the lead, holding on, is Vashon Island with Norwalk River rowing in Lane 1 on the far side of the course. Lane 2, Lane 4, Lane 5 are your top 3 crews. Lane 5 has about 3/4 of a length up on Lane 6. Lane 4 has about 1 foot up on Lane 5, and Vashon Island about 1/2 length up on Lane 4 of Lake Oswego. Lane 3 is Stanford, right there fighting tooth and nail with Lane 6 for 4th. Lane 5 is in 3rd place by 1/2 length as we're approaching the 800-meter mark. Yellow out in command, and we are going to be turning it over to the next announcer as they go.
Everybody fighting for a position in the A final. This is the second of the semifinals for the men's doubles. Last one, boy, what a lead from East End there. Hard to overcome. Here in the second semifinal, these boats clustered closer together at the halfway point. Out front in Lane 2, Vashon Island, and in Lane 4, Lake Oswego Community Rowing. They're going bow ball to bow ball, basically. 3rd place right now belongs to the Skyline Crew in Lane 5, but Parati in Lane 6 right there with them. So there's 2 boats fighting up front and 2 boats right behind them. But boy, look at Parati here in Lane 6, closest to the camera as we pan back. They are beginning to walk up. As a matter of fact, they were bow ball to bow ball with the Lane 5 crew. Skyline Crew, but now they are walking up and they have caught up with the leaders now. The Parati boat in Lane 6 is making a move in the second semifinal for the men's doubles. The field, as it heads to 1,250 meters into the race, a fight for first between Vashon Island and Lake Oswego. 3rd place right now belongs to Parati, 4th to Skyline Crew, 5th to Stanford in Lane 3, and 6th to Norwalk River in those distinctive red, white, and blue unis over in Lane 1. Out front, though, the Vashon Island boat glances over to see what the Lake Oswego boat's doing. They keeping up stroke for stroke with them and trying to maintain, but look in Lane 6 to Parati, working hard right now. They have brought themselves up almost a full boat length and are now only a half a boat length behind the leaders. Working hard. 3 boats going to the A final. You can be best in the nation, or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 in that A final. The B final for the other 3 boats in this race will be places 7 through 12. Lake Oswego, seeing the challenge from Parati, begins to make a move. They are now pulling in front of the boat from Vashon Island. Vashon Island glancing all the way across the course into Lane 6, seeing that boat from Parati now giving him a challenge. Now Parati is in 2nd place at the 1,500-meter mark. It is Lake Oswego who's trying to maintain the lead, but they have some true competition in lanes 2 and 6. In the meantime, not to be left out, the Skyline Crew in Lane 5 maintaining contact with these leaders. Stanford and Norwalk in lanes 3 and 1 are slightly off the pace. Parati working hard, glancing over, looking at what the competition is doing. A lot of glances going between these front 3 boats. Skyline trying to hang in, maintain contact with these front boats in this race, wanting to be one of the top 3. But that boat from Skyline will have to work hard because Parati's been pouring it on, and now Lake Oswego kicking up the count in a big way as they approach the 250-meter mark. They have a half a boat length lead. Parati, Lake Oswego in the lead. Parati and Vashon Island right behind. Skyline trying to fight. We'll see how it finishes. To you in the tower, Willie.
What a great race. This has been one of the better ones of the afternoon. Really tight, lot of movement between these boats, but it is Lake Oswego's out in front, but barely in front of that Vashon boat with Parati coming up in lane 6. But in the middle of them, between Lake Oswego and Parati, is Skyline. Skyline in the dark tops. Well, a lot of dark tops out there. Sorry about that. But they are trying to push and trying to get ahead of Vashon, who's over in lane 2. 4 boats, 3 spots. Coming to the line. It is going to, Parati is going to knock somebody out here because it is Lake Oswego, Vashon, Parati, and then that is, sorry, Skyline in 4th. Norwalk and Stanford. What a great race. What a great push by Skyline. Not quite enough. And then Parati, boy, coming back, putting themselves into 3rd place. What a great race.
Good afternoon. We are at semifinal 1 for the women's youth double at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Lane 4 from Orlando. The Orlando area rowing is in lane 4 and in first place with lane 3, James Madison right behind them. Lane 5, Norwalk, and lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center fighting for 3rd place. Lane 6 is about 1/4 boat length down on lane 5. Lane 6 is Pocock Rowing, and lane 1, Newport Rowing from California over in lane 1. Lane 5 is your red boat with the red caps. Lane 4 and lane 3 are in your first and second positions. Lane 4, white boat with the blue, white, orange striped blades. Lane 3 is James Madison. These ladies are rowing a pair, which is the same boat as the double, which we saw earlier, but obviously with 1 oar each. Therefore, sweep rowing. We've got our top 3 crews are lane 4, lane 3, lane 2, with lane 5, Norwalk, really hanging on very closely, maybe a 2-foot margin to 4th place. Lane 6 and lane 1, Pocock and Mile High, are just behind lane 4th place at this time. Again, the race is up there in first and second place, Orlando area rowing, oars, and lane 3, James Madison for first. Lane 2 is right in a solid 3rd, 1 length up on lane 5, which is Norwalk River. Lane 2 is Marina Aquatic Center. All these women are working well. This is very much a timed event and a technique event. The 2 rowers have to be going in the water at exactly the same time and coming out of the water at exactly the same time so their boat goes straight. We're going to be turning it over to the second half announcer in just a couple.
You're watching live coverage of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. A Saturday afternoon here on Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The semifinals underway. The semifinals looking for the participants in the A final for the top spots and the B final for spots 7 through 12. The first heat here, or the first semi, rather, of the women's pair. And right now it is James Madison in the lead with Orlando and Marina Aquatic Center, 2nd and 3rd at the 1,000-meter mark. 20th annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships here in Oak Ridge, with many folks, the top 3 contenders from each regional championship, earning a bid to compete here for this championship regatta. We'll continue our coverage of the semifinals live online here on the U.S. Rowing YouTube channel until the last race of the day, scheduled for 7:09. Of course, the men's 8. And then the finals will pick up. We'll be broadcasting beginning at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well-run regatta here. Thanks to the folks from the Oak Ridge Rowing Association who have been helping out and being very gracious hosts. And with the exception of a fog delay yesterday, it's just been perfect rowing the rest of the time. First semifinal for the women's pair. It is James Madison in the lead. Orlando maintaining second place. Marina Aquatic in third. And then a good 20 to 30 meters back for the rest of the field, with Mile High and Norwalk River fighting for fourth place. And just behind that is the boat from Pocock in lane 6. But out front it is James Madison in lane 3 with almost a full boat length lead in these women's pairs. And you may catch a glimpse of the ladies and gentlemen in light blue shirts and boats, standing in boats following these races. Those are the U.S. rowing referees. A big thanks to these volunteer referees working hard these 3 days of the championship regatta. Thanks to Alan Anderson and Andy Everett, Angela Gerard, Annette Forster, Brian Behringer, Darlene Knight, among the folks helping out for this 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. And also, of course, these competitions wouldn't be possible, and U.S. Rowing wouldn't survive without great sponsors. Great sponsors like Hilton H. Honors, Jarrah Soda Shop, and Ludus Tours, all sponsors of this championship regatta, along with NK and Regatta Central and ANX. 1,500 meter mark. James Madison maintaining the lead in the first semifinal of the women's pairs. Second belongs to Orlando, but they're being challenged by Marina Aquatic in lane 2. And then it is, I'd say, a good 40 meters back to the rest of the pack. But those boats hoping for that A final tomorrow to compete to be best in the nation. And James Madison, though, does look like they might be paying the price, as they're beginning to slow down a little bit. And as a matter of fact, look at Marina Aquatic Center beginning to make that move in lane 2. They are beginning to walk up on that James Madison boat. In the meantime, Orlando right there in the mix as well, but it'll be quite a fight to see whose bow ball crosses the finish line first. We'll have to leave that call to Willie Black up in the finish tower, as this first semifinal for the women's pairs at the Youth National Championships has 250 meters to go, with Marina Aquatic Center on the move.
And in heat semifinal number 2 of the women's pair, right now passing the 500-meter mark, lane 4, Commencement Bay, with lane 2, Seattle Rowing Center, in second place. Lane 3 is in third place, Detroit Boat Club from Detroit, Michigan, with lane 1 and lane 6 in the 4th, 5th positions. Lane 5 is in 6th position, and that is Essex Crew. Lane 6 is the Princeton National Rowing Association Mercer boat, and lane 1, Newport A. We have lane 4 in the green neon tops with a very slight, maybe 1/2 boat length lead on lane 2, which is Seattle Rowing. So Commencement Bay and Seattle Rowing, both from the West Coast, in our first, second position, with Detroit Boat Club in third by about 1/2 length, maybe a deck, on lane 1 of Newport. These crews are rowing well. The conditions are nearly ideal. Flat water, slight headwind. It's helping the crews get a little bit of a lift. Straight course, no current. Beautiful day of racing here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee at the 2013 Youth National Championships. Lane 4 putting on a nice show here, and lane 2 right in lane 3 in the middle of the pack. They know what's going on there, and they really want to stay in third place or even move into second or first. We've got lane 6 right here in our camera view with the blue oars with the white with the red stripe of PNRA Mercer from Princeton, New Jersey. Lane 5 just behind them, about a boat length and a half open water, is Essex. We're going into the 1,000-meter mark with lane 4, Commencement Bay, in the lead. Lane 3 and lane 2 are fighting it out for second, third position at this time.
Another tight race in this semi of the women's pairs. However, the lead held right now by Commencement Bay. Seattle Rowing Center in second, Detroit in third, Newport in fourth. PNRA Mercer making a bit of a move, trying to maintain some contact with the lead 4 boats, and about a boat length behind their boat in 6th place right now is the Essex boat. But out front, Commencement Bay in the lead by about a boat length, but look at lanes 2 and 3, bobbing back and forth with every stroke. Bow ball to bow ball at Seattle Rowing Center and Detroit battling. Hey, better be careful, because there in lane 1, lurking, is the boat from Newport. Rowers hearing the cheers and exhortations from the shore as they row past what's known as the peninsula here at Melton Hill Lake. Open water lead here for the Commencement Bay boat. Seattle Rowing and Detroit neck and neck with a slight advantage to the Seattle Rowing boat right now. Newport and PNRA fighting for that 4th position, but it is the Newport boat that has that 4th position, at least a hold on it right now, with the PNRA Mercer boat not far behind. But look at the nice form for that Commencement Bay boat. Nice, easy, the swing propelling the boat forward, nice and smooth on the water. Very nicely done. And boy, some vivid colors here as the sun peeks from behind the clouds. 1,500 meters into the second semifinal for the women's pair at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Official merchandise of the regatta this year, Boathouse Sports, thank you, C2, Connect-A-Dock, and Croker. Official housing partner, EMC Venues, and official timing by Here Now Systems, getting you nearly instantaneous results. The finals will be broadcast beginning 8 o'clock tomorrow right here on this same YouTube channel. Tune in to watch that. The C finals, B finals, and A finals all coming up. But here in this second semifinal for the women's pair, Commencement Bay handily holding on to the lead. Open water lead over second place Seattle Rowing. Third place belongs to Detroit. It looked like Newport was going to give the run towards that lead pack, but they've fallen off the pace just slightly. Then PNRA Mercer is there with Essex, the only boat that is lagging behind in these races. But at the 250-meter mark, there goes Commencement Bay towards the finish line to the tower to conclude this second semifinal for the women's pairs.
Men's youth pairs, we've got lane 1 and lane 6 in our 1-2 position. So the outside of the course in this particular race are showing their speed. Lane 1 is GMS, lane 6 Norwalk. Two Connecticut crews, they know each other, I'm sure they've raced each other throughout the season, are in your 1-2 positions, with lane number 5 Seattle Rowing Center in third. Lane 4 St. Louis from the middle of the country, right behind lane number 5, and then we have Atlanta Juniors and Long Island in the 5-6 positions. So right now you've got lane 1, lane 6, lane 5 in your top 3 positions. But St. Louis is looking strong and is not going anywhere. Lane 1 took off very strongly. Lane 6 has been kind of moving back and forth a little bit in their lane, so they're going a little bit wider than they or a little longer than they need to, but they're rowing strongly. Two big boys here in the yellow boat closest to the camera. Lane 5, lane 4 have not given up an inch anywhere, so lane 1 is still your leader by about 3/4 of a length. That's GMS out of Connecticut. Lane 6 still working very well to stay in second place, with lane 5 and lane 4 rowing cleanly, which is very important as we move into the second half of the race. The men's pair, very technical boat again, so they have to be making sure that they're working together and coming in. They can. Lane 2 is falling back just a little bit, with about a half a boat length of open water on lane 3, and that is Long Island in 6th place, with lane 3 Atlanta Juniors in 4th. But they are going very strongly, and they're not going to give up this chance to be in the top final tomorrow. We're going to hand it over to the second half.
It's the first heat for the men's doubles, first semifinal rather. And GMS out in the lead right now, but we'll see how long that lasts, with Seattle Rowing giving them a run for their money, and then St. Louis, Norwalk River, and their distinctive red, white, and blue unis closest to the shore in the yellow boat. The Seattle Rowing Center also kind of has red, white, and blue. Maybe that's more an orange in there, but nice race here in the first semifinal for the men's pairs. This is really an art, rowing a pair. One oar per rower, and only 2 rowers, so they really have to learn to work together, feel the pressure so they go straight. Very difficult boats to control, but here at this level, These young men are doing a fine job. Norwalk River glancing over at the competition. In the lead right now, it's Seattle Rowing, followed by St. Louis giving a run for their money from GMS in lane 1. And then Norwalk River is right there as well. Norwalk River beginning to make a move here in this first semifinal for the men's pair. While Seattle Rowing's holding on to that lead, it looks like St. Louis is trying to make a move, but boy, Norwalk River here in the lane closest to the beach just doing an amazing job. They have begun to take over that third place spot from GMS Rowing. And remember, you want one of those top 3 spots. You want to go to the A final here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. You want a chance to walk home with the gold and to be first in the country, fastest in the country. Seattle Rowing Center maintaining their lead. St. Louis giving them a run for their money. Norwalk River hanging in there, fighting GMS Rowing for that third spot here at the 1,500 meter mark. Meanwhile, it's about a boat length and a half of open water back to the Atlanta Junior team in lane 3, and Long Island behind that Atlanta boat by about 3/4 of a boat length. They're in 6th place. But out front, a full boat length lead right now for Seattle Rowing Center. 2nd place is St. Louis. Norwalk River is now taking over 3rd, with GMS Rowing hanging right with them. They are just a little, the Norwalk River boat is just a little bit ahead of the GMS Rowing boat, as they are about 300 meters from the finish line. So as they approach those red buoys indicating 250 meters to go, it's Seattle Rowing Center in the lead. St. Louis beginning to try to make a move. Norwalk River making a move as well in 3rd place right now, but trying to keep that 3rd place from GMS Rowing. Up to the tower to see who comes in 2nd and 3rd and makes it to the finals in the A finals.
For the second semifinal, lane from Three Rivers Rowing Association, Pittsburgh is your leader at this point as they're going through the 400-meter mark. Lane 2 is right behind them, Sarasota crew, Sarasota, Florida. Lane 1. Lane 1 is Fordham Prep. Lane 4, White Rock Rowing out of Dallas, Texas. Lane 5 and lane 6 are your 5th and 6th positions. Lane 5 is Olympia Area Rowing from Olympia, Washington, and another West Coast crew, Pocock, is in lane 6, closest to the camera. So in the lead is lane 3, Three Rivers from Pittsburgh. Three Rivers, White Rock, and Olympia are your top 3 at this point. Lane 1, Lane 5, virtually a dead heat for 4th. Sarasota and White Rock are side by side, virtually even. Three Rivers has got 1 length of closed length lead. They are rowing well in the white boat with the red hats red oars. White Rock here with the blue and green blades, white boat, and Sarasota in lane 2 in the blue boat with the white blades. Lane 5 is coming on now, looking well, looking tall, rowing comfortably, maybe making a little bit of a move here on lane 2. I think lane 4, White Rock, has taken a slight move into second place, with lane 1, Fordham, and lane 6, Pocock, just out of the open water. They've given it up, and they're going to be taking that lead into the 1,000-meter mark.
Well-run regatta takes a nice host club and great hosts here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, thanks to head coach Alan Eubanks and board president Bob Franks, executive director Bill Garland, all with volunteers from the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, really making this very nice championship regatta. Wicked race there in the first semifinals for the men's pair. This is the second semifinals. Out in the lead, it is Three Rivers, maintaining a little open water lead over the White Rock in lane 4. And another fight for third, this one between Sarasota and Olympia area. Fifth place right now belongs to Fordham Prep, and Pocock is the one at the back of the field right now. Remember that the finals will be broadcast live stream tomorrow beginning at 8 o'clock right here where you're watching now. And after the finals, you have a chance to memorialize, commemorate perhaps your boat's win by purchasing video copies of those finals. They are available at usrowing.org media downloads. And not long after the regatta ends, they'll be there and you'll be able to relive the glory of the national championships. Three Rivers way out in front in the second semifinal for the men's pairs, the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. They're well out ahead of the second place boat from White Rock. Olympia area has now conceded third place to the boat from Sarasota Crew in lane 2. I just saw the Olympia bow person glance over to lane 2 to see how the competition was going. Considerable amount of water back from those 4 boats to the other 2 boats in this race, lane 1 and 6. Of course, the faster competitors have the advantage of having the inner lanes so that they have a chance to watch the competition, and that's exactly what Three Rivers is doing right now. They're in lane 3, looking back and seeing what their competition is doing. Second place still belongs to White Rock. Third place, a battle right now between Olympia area and the Sarasota Crew. And meanwhile, just now, about 50 meters behind, the boats from Pocock and Fordham Prep, but way out front in this men's pairs. Men's pairs now back to sculling in just a moment. Next race on the course will be the women's quad semifinals. So we'll see what happens at the start after this race concludes. But right now, looks like it'll be a battle for third, Willie, as I send it to you in the tower. It is the Three Rivers boat in lane 3, leading by a load, and White Rock in second place.
Battling for that third place spot. Again, top 3 go. It's looking a little clearer out here as we see the Three Rivers. Way out in front here with a boat of open water. Three Rivers from Pittsburgh. White Rock in second place. Right next to them is Olympia. Three Rivers coming to the line. White Rock out of Texas. Olympia out of the state of Washington. Those are your top 3 into the A final tomorrow. Sarasota. And coming to the line now in lane 6 is Pocock out of Seattle. And Fordham Prep rounds out the field.
And welcome to the Women's Youth Quad Semifinal 1 at the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. These are the quads. 4 young women sculling their fast boats. We got number 3. Holy Names, they're in second place with lane 5, Conestoga in third. Lane 2, Greenwich Crew, and lane 4 is New Canaan High School. Then we've got lane Rowing Center in 6th place. 3 boats go on final tomorrow. Lane 3 continues to row very nicely with a commanding lead already in this event. Lane 5, Lane 1 are in second and third place, so they're also right now in those coveted top 3 spots. Lane 2, Lane 4 with Greenwich Crew and New Canaan High School in 4th. So they're going to be looking to make a move as we move to that 1,000-meter mark, halfway point of this race. The conditions are absolutely ideal here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We've got the sun coming out, going under a cloud every once in a while, but the conditions are fair. Temperatures are perfect for the rowers, not humid, and absolutely stunning afternoon here for racing. Back to the race course. It's lane 3 still with a commanding lead in that very bright yellow Empacher. Lane 5, lane 1 virtually even for second and third place. Lane 4 and lane 2. Lane 4 in the pink-ish hats, and lane 2 is Greenwich Crew over with the blue boat and the white hats. Lane 6 is in 6th place here from Texas Rowing Center. We're going into the 1,000-meter mark with lane 3, Long Beach in the lead.
Yeah, just a beautiful sight here on Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge. These women's quads coming down in the first semifinal. Very colorful. The yellow there, the Long Beach Juniors in the lead, followed by the blue with red and whites, if you may, of Holy Names, and then Conestoga in lane 5, now taking over second place. Following them right up the course is New Canaan High. Greenwich Crew and Texas Rowing, front to back there. Love the Texas oars, that Texas flag on the oars. Blue tips with the big white stars. But out in the lead, substantially out in the lead in this first semifinal for the women's quads is that boat from Long Beach Juniors. Many East Coast rowers will complain that, oh, those West Coast people have it so easy because the weather's always perfect, but it takes about the same amount of work to make these boats go fast no matter where you're rowing. A good open water lead, too, for the Long Beach Junior boats. They're out in first. Second, a fight right now between New Canaan and Conestoga in lanes 4 and 5. Not out of the hunt. Holy Names in lane 1. And Greenwich Crew is now beginning to move up there in lane 2. They have just caught up with the Holy Names boat, beginning to walk up on the Holy Names boat, as a matter of fact. Off the pace just slightly, the Texas boat, but they know they have some room to make up, and as I glance over my shoulder, I see that they have quite a fast stroke rate that they're using to try to catch things up. But boy, Long Beach way out in the lead right now in this first semifinal of the women's quads. I have to give second right now to New Canaan and Conestoga in third, but right behind them, Holy Names, right behind them, Greenwich Crew, right behind them, the Texas Rowing Crew. Long Beach making it just look easy out there at the front in this first semifinal. New Canaan trying to catch up with them, but Long Beach maintaining that open water lead in this first semifinal. It might be a fight for third if Holy Names can keep up with lane 5 where Conestoga is rowing right now. But they can sense the finish line. They know it's there. They hear the cheers from the crowds on the peninsula here at Melton Hill Lake and Oak Ridge. They know about where they are in the course, just crossing the 1,500 meter mark. And they know 500 meters to get the job done. Long Beach Juniors, lane 3, way out in the lead. Open water. New Canaan in second, Conestoga in third. Here comes Holy Names, Greenwich Crew right behind them, and about 2 boat lengths behind the pack. Texas rowing in lane 6. And looks like Long Beach is going to certainly qualify for the A final, barring any issues between now and the finish line. And we'll see who it works out for second and third between Conestoga, New Canaan, and that Holy Names boat. So to the tower for the finish of this quad race, and Willie Black.
First semi-final coming to a conclusion here, last 250 meters, and it is Long Beach, program that is certainly has been and remains a strong program, sculling boats. They've got a really good thing going on out there. For years, their sculling boats have been very, very strong. And here's another example with open water over the field. Long Beach coming to the finish line comfortably, easy. I'd be surprised if they are in their sprinting mode. They look so comfortable. Distinctive yellow tops and a distinctive yellow boat. In second place, it's going to be Conestoga. I'm sorry, that's New Canaan in second. Now Conestoga in third. Those are your top 3. New Canaan, then Conestoga. On the outside, it's Holy Names, then Greenwich in 5th. And Texas with those blades that Mark Brazel was talking about. That is the first semi of the women's quad.
First place, we are underway with semifinal 2 of the women's quad. We've got lane 3 out in front with lane 5 Quad Cities in second and lane 2 San Diego Rowing Club in third. Lane 4 is Pelham Community Rowing out of New York City in fourth, and lane 1 is GMS Rowing in fifth. Currently, 6th place is Austin Rowing Club from Austin, Texas. We've got lane 3 getting ready to cross the 500 meter mark, or the 500 meter down spot. 25% down, 75 to go. With lane 3 still in their lead is Seattle Rowing Center. Next is lane 5 and lane 2. It looks from my vantage point like lane 2 may have moved up just a little bit on lane 5, with lane 4 right there. So you've got lane 3, which is Seattle Rowing Center, Pelham, Quad Cities, and lane 2 San Diego, all be looking for that top 3 spots for the grand final tomorrow. Lane 4 looking over her head, the bow woman there from Pelham looking over her head just to see how far she has to go to get into that 3rd spot. But she's side by side with Des Moines area, which is the Quad Cities Rowing here in the fluorescent green visors. Lane 5. Lane 3 continues to be in the front from Seattle Rowing Center, with lane 1 in the far side of the course in the yellow blades, GMS in 5th, and Austin Rowing Club from Texas in lane 6 and in 6th place. The fight is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions. Should say 2nd and 3rd positions is the fight, with lane 3 taking a commanding start and holding on to the position. They only have about
a membership organization with over 40,000 individual members, 1,200 organizational members. U.S. Rowing, recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for rowing in America. These are the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships second semifinal for the women's quad. And here at the halfway point, it's Seattle Rowing, who is well ahead of the second place boat from San Diego. Then it's Pelham, Y Quad Cities, GMS, and Austin. Austin in lane 6, trailing the field by several boat lengths. But out in front by a boat length is that Seattle Rowing boat in lane 3. As always, wanting to recognize those hard-working volunteer referees here at the Youth National Championships. Special thanks to Eric Gerard, Gene Riley, Jessica McAleer, to Joe Carlson, John McKenna, John Ree, all working hard here for these young rowers, making sure everything is safe and, shall we say, above board, and even in the competition. In the first heat, it was the Long Beach Juniors who were dominating. Here in the second heat for the women's quad, Seattle Rowing Center maintaining one boat lead over the second and third place boats of San Diego and Pelham. Meanwhile, Y Quad Cities lingering right there. 3 boats to the A final, rest to the B final. You want a chance for that national title, you want to go to that A final. Might be quite a race tomorrow for that A final if Seattle continues to dominate like they are. I think they'll give Long Beach quite a run for their money. This is the 20th annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. This year held on Melton Hill Lake here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. About 80 degrees out here. Just the slightest of breezes, keeping it quite pleasant. Every now and then the puffy white clouds obscuring the sun and keeping things from getting too crispy. But things are hot on these boats. 1,500 meters into the second semifinal for the women's quad. It is Seattle Rowing Center in the lead. The fight will be for second and third, I believe, between San Diego Rowing Club and Pelham Community. Y Quad Cities trying to maintain some contact with that mix. GMS maintaining contact with Y Quad Cities and well off the pace. We're talking probably almost 80 meters off the pace is the boat from Austin in lane 6. So we'll go back to the finish tower and Willie Black to find out the conclusion of the second semifinal for the women's quads as Seattle Rowing continues to lead with about 250 meters to go.
Seattle Rowing Center doing a nice job here in the second semifinal of the women's quad. Out in front for an experienced crew, that would be a comfortable lead. If you've been down the course a whole lot and you have a little bit of open water on the people behind you, that's reasonably comfortable. Under these circumstances, though, they know if they make a mistake, that lead could evaporate very quickly. So Seattle Rowing Center out front. And Pelham in second place with San Diego in third. Those are your top 3. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, will be going to the A final. Seattle Rowing Center looking very nice out there. Pelham just barely bow over stern coming through. On the far side, San Diego Rowing Club. Y Quad Cities in 4th. GMS across the line in 5th. Go back and find it. And Austin Rowing in 6th place in the women's quad. We'll be heading up to the start where the men's quad is well underway.
2, 1.
And we are underway with the men's quad semifinal 1. Lane 3, Narragansett from Rhode Island is out in front by about 1 length closed. We've got lanes 4, 5, 6, 2, and 1 very close indeed as they're approaching the 500-meter mark. Lane 4 is New Canaan High School in the yellow boat, white uni tops, and lane 5 is Conestoga, with lane 2 right there as well, Seattle Rowing. Lane 6 is Brophy, and lane 1 Roman Catholic. Lane 3 has opened up a little bit of water. They maybe have a seat, maybe a seat and a half of open water. Narragansett out over the field. We've got a great race here. Lane 2, lane 4, lane 6, that's Seattle Rowing, and New Canaan and Brophy all looking strong for that second place position. Of course, they're fighting for third with lane 5 Conestoga as well as Roman Catholic over in lane 1. Lane 6 is the near lane. Lane 1 is the far lane. Lane 3, Narragansett, continues to look very strong indeed. They got off to a great start in that first 250 meters, had a lead when they went by at the 250, and they have now just crossed the 750. Lane 4 and lane 6, that is New Canaan and Brophy, are fighting hard for second place, with lane 2 and lane 3 fighting hard for they want to be in the top 3. So we're going off to our next commentators with lane 3 in the lead, Narragansett, as they go to the 1,000.
Very interesting strategies in these quad races. Seeing what some of these boats are doing. From the women's quads we just saw down to the first semifinal for the men's quads, with Narragansett in the lead by an open water here halfway through. But look at this boat from Brophy in lane 6. They're in third right now, but they are challenging for that second place position from New Canaan High, who's in lane 4. As I said, Narragansett well out with open water right now. Very interesting spread to the field here in this first semifinal for the men's quads for these Youth National Championships. Narragansett in the lead, New Canaan in second, but they only have about a three-seat advantage over the boat from Brophy. That's in third. Meanwhile, Seattle Rowing in lane 2 is maintaining contact with both the New Canaan and Brophy boat. It appears that it's Conestoga that's falling off the pace just slightly, and then Roman Catholic in lane 1 behind the field as well. Narragansett leading this first semifinal. 3 boats to the A final, rest to the B. New Canaan making it looking very relaxed in lane 4. As they stroking nice and easy. As a matter of fact, they pulled back and reasserted their hold on second place from that boat from Brophy in lane 6 that was beginning to challenge. In the meantime, Seattle Rowing in lane 2 has its bow rower glancing over to look at the competition, and I think they're beginning to pick up the pace slightly too, because they see that Brophy's making a challenge. Conestoga not wanting to be out of the race. In lane 5 trying to pick up the pace to catch up with these other boats. And it might end up there at that last buoy at the finish line to be quite a race for that third spot in the A finals. Very calm and collected in the Narragansett boat in lane 3. They are just cruising right now. Nice open water lead over the boat from New Canaan. Brophy in there, still trying to maintain contact, and despite being one of the slower qualifiers for the semifinal, they want to go to the A final, and they are working hard to do it. They glance over, looking to see what's happening. We'll see how it all wraps up at the finish line as they hit the 250-meter mark to go. It's Narragansett in the lead in the first semifinal for the men's quad, up to the tower for the finish.
Narragansett making a strong push here, looking really good. Narragansett, a good old club from Rhode Island. long history at that club. Very nice. Really strong junior program here. Nice rowing in the quad with a boat, 2 boats of open water as they come towards the finish line. They are pushing to the finish. They're going to make a good show of it here. And it is Narragansett across the line. New Canaan in second. Brophy in lane 6. Those are your top 3 going to the A final. Seattle Rowing Center. Conestoga across. And on the outside, coming into view in just a second, is Roman Catholic across the line.
All right, we have just started the men's quad semifinal number 2. In lane 1 on the far side of the course is Charlotte Youth Rowing from Charlotte, North Carolina. Lane 2, Saratoga from Saratoga, New York. River City in lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Malvern Prep. Lane 5, and Texas Rowing out of Austin in lane 6. Right now the crews are all quite even as they're coming just now to the 250-meter mark on this beautiful afternoon in Oak Ridge, Tennessee for the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Right now, to me, lane 1, Charlotte Youth Rowing. Oh, they just caught a crab, Charlotte did. Lane 2, TC just caught a small crab, so they lost about a length there, but they've got it back rowing now. Lane 5 has got a slight lead, possibly over lane 3. Lane 3 is River City Rowing. Lane 5 is Malvern Prep in the yellow boat. That was a fantastic recovery by lane 1, Charlotte Youth Rowing. They have not missed a beat, and often those kind of little mishaps early in the race just re-energize you, and the adrenaline repumps into the veins. So lane 1 is in 3rd place, but quite honestly, that could have been disastrous for the boys from Charlotte Youth Rowing. Lane 4, lane 2 are tied basically in what I would call 3rd, because lane 4 and lane 3 and lane 5, that's Malvern Prep and River City, are virtually tied for 1st. Very, very tight racing right now in all of these boys quads. Lane 6 from Austin just down a bit, but these guys have the opportunity to come back, and they're about 1 length closed down on the field. Lane 3 has got a slight, maybe a foot or 2 lead out on lane 5. Lane 4 right there. Lane 4 is Saugatuck Rowing in their black unis, white boat. Lane 1 on the far side is Charlotte, and we are going through the 750-meter mark, virtually tied for 1st and 2nd.
Thanks again to some of the sponsors of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Ludus Tours, NK, Regatta Central, The Rowing Repair Center, and the Rudy Project. Thank you for your support. 2nd semifinal. Look at this pack at the halfway point in the race. 2nd semifinal for the men's quads. Here is a race happening right now. River City slightly in the lead in lane 3, closely followed by Malvern Prep in lane 5. You got Saugatuck in 4, Charlotte Youth in 1, Saratoga in 2, all in the mix, all touching. Less than 2 boat lengths from the bow of the leader to the stern of the trailer in that 5-boat cluster here at the 1,000-meter mark. Texas in lane 6. Those distinctive oars and unis just trailing the field by about 2 full boat lengths of open water. River City in the lead right now, but I only say just right now because Malvern Prep is really giving them a run for the money. Meanwhile, Saugatuck hanging their bow right in there as well. Charlotte in lane 1 hanging right in there. And in contact in lane 2, Saratoga happening right now. But with about a 4-seat lead, it is River City in lane 3. Who will make their move? There's 750 meters left in the race. You don't necessarily want to sprint yet, but you do want to make up some ground so you get it at the end, and I think they're beginning to move right now. I can hear them talking in the boat from Malvern Prep. They are saying we got to get the job done, and they're beginning to apply a little pressure. So now the pack begins to break up a little bit with River City still in the lead. Saugatuck taking over 2nd place, and Malvern Prep falling back to 3rd. 4th place, Charlotte Youth, Saratoga in 5th, Texas in 6th in the 2nd semifinal for the men's quads. What a race right here. As we look back to the boat from Texas, those very fancy oars with a star in the red, the whites, and the blues. 1,500 meter mark, 2nd semifinal. I think this is going to be a battle for that 3rd position. So 1st place right now is River City. Find a boat. Find a boat. Find a boat. Here's Texas just crossing the 1,500 meter mark in 6th place in the 2nd semi-final for the men's quads. Top 3 boats going to that A final. Top of the nation, top 6 in the nation. River City's been holding on to their lead, but getting challenged now from Saugatuck and Malvern Prep. Charlotte has begun to fall back slightly. They're in 4th right now, holding off a drive from Saratoga, and well behind the pack, it's Texas Rowing. Coming down to the finish for the 2nd semifinal, the men's quads, the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Brought to you by United Airlines, Vespoli, and Wintech Racing. 250 meters to go to the tower for the finish.
Great race here in the men's quad. River City out of Pittsburgh. Out in the lead, but not by much. This is going to be a tight finish. It looks like the top 3 boats are pretty well decided here, but what place they actually come across the line, and they are fighting to be first across the line. They are not going to just coast it through the line. It is River City with Saugatuck and Malvern. Those 3 boats coming to the line right now, and it is going to be River City coming across with Saugatuck and Malvern. Nice 1, 2, 3 finish there. Charlotte finishing 4th. Saratoga. Charlotte guys are really upset. And Texas rounding out the field.
Semifinal 1. The crews are in the starting block. The crews have been pulled. They are being pulled at this time. They have alignment. It is absolutely a gorgeous day. We are sitting ready. The flag is up. The flag is down. The race is underway for the women's lightweight 8 semifinal 1. In this race, from lane 1, which is on the far side of the course, to lane 6, the near side, as the camera views, Marion Mercy in lane 1, Holy Names in lane 2, Oakland Strokes, PNRA Mercer, which is Princeton National Rowing Association, in lane 4, lane 5, Community Rowing from Boston, and lane 6, Everett Rowing Association, Seattle, Washington. All these crews have lightweight women, 130 pounds or less, plus the coxswain, 8 oars, 1 fast boat. And small boat, 9 boats, as they're called now. Make some noise. We've got lane. The blue and red shaped boat. 3 is falling into 2nd place as they come by us. Lane 3 is California. Academy, Holy Names in lane is in lane 2 and in third place. Lane 1 is currently in fourth place with lane 5 and lane 6. Lane 5 is Community Rowing, and lane 6, Everett Rowing, side by side. Lane 1 is Marion Mercy, also very, very close. So you have lane 4, lane 3, lane 2 in that order, in race order. Lane 4 again is PNRA Mercer, then lane 3 Oakland Strokes, and 2 is Holy Names in third. These ladies are fighting for the grand final for racing tomorrow. Again, 130 pounds or less, racing hard on these perfect, idyllic conditions on Melton Hill Lake, Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We've got lane 2 seems to be fading just a little bit. Lane 2 is Holy Names, and we've got lane 6 and lane 5 really fighting it out. Boston's Community Rowing and Seattle's Everett Rowing Association. Lane 1, just about 2 seats back, is Marion Mercy into 6th place. Out in the front, though, is PNRA Mercer and Oakland Strokes going stroke for stroke. 130-pound rowers fighting for the chance to race in the grand final and a national championship tomorrow. Lane 2 is in third place, but lane 5 and 6 are moving on. They're coming into the 1,000-meter mark with Oakland Strokes and
This was a race you could hear coming before you could see it. A cacophony of coxswains urging their crews on. What a fight here at the front. Oakland Strokes, PNRA Mercer battling it out, trying to get that first position in this first semifinals for the women's lightweight eights. Oakland Strokes won back-to-back district championship titles for the Southwest region. Came in ready to dominate, but PNRA dominated their heat in qualifying, ended up posting a fantastic time and sent a message to some other crews, and they're certainly trying to let the Oakland Strokes hear their message right now, as the Oakland Strokes have a 1-seat lead over PNRA Mercer. In the meantime, hanging on to the third spot, it's Holy Names in lane 2. Then a fight at the back of this pack, almost even between Marion Mercy in lane 1, Community Rowing in lane 5, and Everett Rowing in lane 6. But boy, it is Oakland Strokes. They almost look like they're having a leisurely time out front, but here in the back, these crews are working hard, and as I said, just a cacophony of coxswains. These coxswains yelling at their crews, saying, get the job done, pick up the pace, letting them know where that competition is. And it's very interesting, these boats here at the back in lane 6 there, that Everett Rowing Association boat. Coxswain glances over, looking at the Community Rowing coxswain right next to her, trying to figure out what's going on, looking past Community Rowing into lane 1 where Marion Mercy is in there, hanging all in that fight for the 4th position. But of course, the only top 3 are what really count. But look at the spread of these boats here in the first semifinal for the women's lightweight 8. Oakland Strokes, PNRA Mercer, they're out there in front. The blue oars with the red stripe, that's PNRA Mercer. The white oars with the orange slash and blue tinge, that's Oakland Strokes. They're pretty much going head-to-head out front, Oakland Strokes and PNRA Mercer, and they have an open water lead, probably a boat length and a half, maybe 2 here at the 1,500-meter mark over the third-place boat from Holy Names. Meanwhile, about a boat and a length and a half of open water behind that are the other 3 boats in this race, and they are nose to nose approaching the 1,500-meter mark. That's Marion Mercer in lane 1, Community Rowing in lane 5, Everett Rowing in lane 6. Just 3 boats going to the A final, rest to the B final. Looks like Oakland Strokes may have missed a stroke there and has now allowed PNRA Mercer to go ahead. I wasn't looking directly at them, but I saw a little bit of a hitch in their giggle, if you may, as they're going down, and it looks like PNRA Mercer now has the advantage over Oakland Strokes, but still pretty darn dead even. Meantime, still in third place, it's Holy Names in lane 2, and now pulling ahead of the backpack is Marion Mercy in lane 1. They have begun to advance forward. Matter of fact, they have almost a 7-8 seat lead over the other 2 boats That's Community Rowing and Everett Rowing Association, and lanes 5 and 6. So we'll see if perhaps Marion Mercy can catch up with that Holy Names boat before the end to try to capture a place in the A final. But right now, Oakland Strokes and PNRA out front as we go to the finish tower in Willie for the end of this race.
Oakland dominating this on the West Coast. PNRA dominating this on the East Coast. This is going to be a battle here, but also in the final tomorrow, it's going to be a real fight. It's going to be pretty interesting. Both these crews really strong in their regions, and PNRA with massive urging from the crowd. You can probably hear it. PNRA, whoa, hard to tell. PNRA and Oakland, neither of them wanting to quit. Guys, you're across the line, but well done, well done. Third place and into the A final is going to be Holy Names. On the outside, Marion Mercy, and Community just edging out Everett Rowing for 5th place. It'd be Everett in 6th, and that is your field for tomorrow.
Live here with semifinal 2 of the women's we have in this event Holy Spirit, who does have a slight lead. Lane 3, Los Gatos, Wayland Weston in lane 4, lane 5, Long Beach, and Pelham Community Rowing in lane 6. We've got a tight race here between lane 2, Holy Spirit, and Wayland Weston from Boston as they cross our view right there. Basically dead even, lane 2 and lane 4, Wayland Weston and Long Beach. Lane 3 is in 3rd place, very closely raced by lane 5, which is Long Beach Rowing. So juniors, we've got lane 6 right here in the Oak Ridge Blue Vespoli 8 is Pelham Community Rowing. In 6th place is lane 1, Saugatuck on the far side of the course. Crews have just crossed the 500-meter mark, and back to the front is lane 4, lane 2. It looks like lane 4, Wayland Weston from Boston area, is got a slight lead, maybe half a deck, maybe a full deck by now. So it's lane 4, lane 2, which is Holy Spirit, and lane 3, Los Gatos, your top 3 crews, but only by a slim margin with lane 5, Long Beach in 4th. Lane 6, Pelham in 5th, and lane 1, Saugatuck in the Pink Hats in 6th place. They're coming into the 750-meter mark. Again, these are lightweight women's 8s, 130 pounds per rower or less. And we've got a move going on in lane 3. Lane 3 is certainly making a move, wanting to stay in that heat for the grand final tomorrow. They're pushing into Holy Spirit's 2nd place position. We've still got Wayland Weston out in front, but it is a dogfight in those top 3 spots with lane 5, Long Beach, right there. We're going to
cries from Holy Spirit here from the shore. Not singing, but cheering for the Holy Spirit boat in lane 2, which is in 2nd place right now. Wayland Weston's in 1st, Los Gatos in 3rd. Meanwhile, what a race here with Long Beach, Pelham Community, Saugatuck. And Saugatuck really being the one kind of out of the hunt at the moment, at least. But here at the halfway point of the 2nd semifinal for the women's lightweight 8s, it is Wayland Weston in the lead by about 6 seats. Holy Spirit holding on there in 2nd with Los Gatos in 3rd. Still touching them, and challenging is the boat from Long Beach in lane 5. Very close race in the 2nd semifinal. It will be very interesting to see how things wrap up 1,000 meters from now. We'll have to see if Wayland Weston can maintain this pace and maintain that lead. It does look like Holy Spirit is beginning to eat into that lead. They're beginning to walk up a little bit. I can see those rowers in Holy Spirit in lane 2 beginning to lean into it, walking up on the boat from Wayland Weston. Los Gatos beginning to fall back just a little. You can see Holy Spirit beginning to walk up on that boat as well as the rowers become apparent. It looks like almost a 3-seat lead that Holy Spirit has over that boat from Los Gatos. Wayland Weston beginning to lose the lead they had. Look at that fight out front. Holy Spirit in lane 2 beginning to haul back on those oars and catching up right now to Wayland Weston. Did Wayland Weston try too hard, too fast, too soon? We'll have to wait and see. So we have the boat from Wayland Weston trying to hold on to that lead. Second place in Holy Spirit. Los Gatos in third. Fourth is Long Beach. Fifth right now is Pelham Community, and way over in lane 1, Saugatuck trailing the field. I barely see him on the other side of the referee launches in this race. But boy, out front, this is where it is happening. Holy Spirit is walking up slowly on Wayland Weston. Here they are, 1,500 meter mark. And now, with just a 3-seat lead, Wayland Weston in the lead, Holy Spirit in second. Third belongs to Los Gatos right now. They're fighting to stay in that pack right now. Long Beach fighting to stay in contact with those 3 in the front because remember, only 3 go to the A final. Meantime, Pelham Community trying to hang in there but beginning to drop back slightly. Saugatuck in last place in the second semifinal for the women's lightweight 8s. Out front, it will be fun to see what will happen in these final meters. Do these young ladies have enough power to catch up as it goes? We'll have to call it from the finish tower as they come down the stretch. Wayland Weston holding on to the lead in the second semifinal for the women's lightweight 8s. It's Holy Spirit in second, Los Gatos in third. Some movement's going to happen because here comes Long Beach in fourth right now as I hand it back to Willie Black up in the finish tower to find out how the second semifinal ends. Here we go back to Willie. Willie, it's going to be fun to call this one.
Lightweight women's 8s, as the commentators notice, everybody's the same weight, more or less, and this is a battle. Close in that last race between those top 2, and this is going to be close here to set up for a spectacular final tomorrow. Wayland Weston out front. Holy Spirit on the outside, pushing. As we get closer to the line, the actual angles become more true, and we see that Wayland Weston is out in front, but it is going to be Holy Spirit in second. Los Gatos, Long Beach, Pelham Community, and then rounding out the field, and the final boat in the B final tomorrow is Saugatuck.
And we are underway with the first heat of the women's 4. This is the women's 4 with lane 4, Broomfield Acton in first place in that pretty blue boat with the blue and white blades. Lane 3 is nipping at their heels. Lane 3 is Manhasset in the copper-colored boat with the orange blades. Lane 5 is Pacific. They are in third place currently with lanes 1 and 2 right next to them. Lane 1 is Atlanta Juniors, and Twin Cities Youth Rowing is in lane 2 from the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota. Lane 6 is Commencement Bay. Commencement Bay here in the very bright fluorescent green shirts are in 6th place, but a closed length and actually moving up right now as we speak. They are making a move. They know they need to if they want to get into the top 3 spots, with Broomfield Acton still in first place with a nice lead, but as we know, not possibly enough as they still have over 1,500 meters of racing. The copper-colored boat of lane 3 is Manhasset. They are in second place And third place is a very tight field right now with lane 5, Pacific, just a couple of feet ahead of lane 1 and lane 2, which are virtually a dead heat on the far side of the course. Atlanta Juniors and Twin City Youth Rowing. Lane 6 is moving. They are doing a very nice job over here. They're kind of out of sight of lane 1 and 2, and the coxswain here is encouraging her crew to move on, and they are moving on. They have made up about 3/4 of a length, lane 6, right here from Bay. 4 is moving it well. They are still moving out. They've got a little bit of open water over lane 3, and lane 5 is Pacific, holding on to that third spot by about 1 deck. Lane 4, moving into the 1,000, will take that lead as they cross the line into the 1,000-meter mark.
Official merchandise of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship and Croker. Official housing partner, EMC Venues, and official timing by Here Now Systems. From the lightweight 8s to the women's 4s, semifinal number 1, the 1,000-meter mark with Bromfield Acton Boxborough in the lead in lane 4. Manhasset in lane 3 in second, and Pacific in lane 5 in third, but they are closely followed by both Twin Cities Youth in lane 2 and Atlanta Juniors in lane 1. Not out of the hunt in lane 6, Commencement Bay. There's probably about a 4-boat stretch from front to back in this pack in this first semifinal for the women's 4s. U.S. Rowing not only oversees the United States Olympic Program and Development and selection of elite teams in the senior, under 23 and junior categories. It also runs 10 regional and national championships like this Youth National Championships for U.S. Rowing Juniors and Masters Rowers, working hard for over 40,000 individual members and 1,200 organizational members. These 4s, the bread and butter of many rowing teams, both at youth and master level. Same format for all the semifinals here. Looking for who's going to the A finals and who's going to the B finals. The A finals for top 6 in the nation. The B finals for numbers 7 through 12 in the nation. Of course, these young rowers have been working hard all spring, want to do the best they can. Out in front here in this first semifinal, still Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lane 4. Nice, pretty blue boat there in the lead as they approach the 1,500-meter mark. Being challenged slightly now by Manhasset in lane 3. You can see that brown bow ball beginning to infringe upon the boat from Bromfield Acton Boxborough. In the meantime, Pacific in lane 5, crossing the 1,500-meter mark, slightly ahead of the Twin Cities Youth boat. And then just about a half a boat of open water back to the Atlanta Juniors in lane 1 and Commencement Bay in lane 6. But out front, looks like Bromfield Acton Boxborough has slowed down slightly, but I can see their coxswain glancing over into lane 3 to see what's happening with that Manhasset boat and giving instructions to her rowers right now, the Bromfield Acton Boxborough boat, to keep it moving as that Manhasset boat begins to walk up. Still holding on to third, Pacific, but Twin Cities Youth in lane 2 beginning to challenge. The top 3 boats go to the A final. Who will get that third spot? Right now, Bromfield Acton Boxborough looks like they're going to hold on to the lead, but there comes Manhasset with Pacific and Twin Cities Youth battling it out for that third spot. But who knows? Pacific could come forward and take over second place. We'll see. 250 meters to go to Willie Black in the finish tower for the finish of this first semifinal of the women's 4 at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships.
You can hear the crowds down below as Bromfield Acton Boxborough and Manhasset battling it out for first and second. Bromfield Acton with a nice lead, taking the rating up. They're making this making a big push here to maintain that lead and even open it up to assert some dominance over the rest of the field here, with a little bit of open water now as they're coming to the line, but the real battle is going to be for that third place spot. So it's Brumfield Acton and then Manhasset. Oh! Too tight to tell between Twin Cities and Pacific as to who made it into the A final tomorrow. Fourth place is Commencement coming across the line. Sixth is Atlanta. Too tight to tell. We'll have to wait until we see the picture from the camera on that one. What an exciting race.
In the far side, lane 1, followed by Blair, Holy Names in lane 3, Harriton in 4, and then lane 5 in the boat named Beep Beep is Capital, Middlesex in lane 6 in Blondie 13. We've got lane 4, 3, 2, maybe 3, 4, 2 in that order. Holy Names, Harriton, and Blair in the top 3 spots, but everybody's close right now. We are coming into the 500-meter mark with lane 5, lane 6, lane 3 in the second 3 spots, and lane 3 of Holy Names just a few feet, maybe 2 feet in front of lane 4. Harrington and lane 4 Harrington and lane 2 Blair are basically side by side. Everybody's racing very well. This is the semifinal 2 of the women's 4 in the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. Lane 3, sitting tall. Lane 4, lane 2, all in 1, 2, 3 positions. Lane 5 from Capital, looking well. The blue caps. Everybody's well into the race now. They know that they've got a little bit to go, and this is the closest race we've seen across the board today. There is less than a foot separating third and fourth right now, and that is third, fourth, and fifth. There is less than a foot separation with only about one length lead on for lane 3, the Holy Names. Women's 4. Lane 4, maybe 2 feet up on lane 5, and lane 2 and lane 6 all within a foot, and it's pretty much stroke for stroke going back and forth, a little bit of bounce here. Perfect racing. Lane 1, coming back just a little bit, is Dayton, Ohio. Our side. Exciting to the finish.
Very tight race, as you can see, in the second semifinal for the women's 4. Committed to the highest standards of fairness and safety, coaching. Also trains and manages more than 500 referees who preside at our 135 registered regattas. They manage a system for coaches to learn to be the best as well. And those coaches pass on their knowledge to young rowers like these. Quite a race shaping up in the second semifinal for the women's 4s. The halfway mark could be anybody's race, though right now it is Holy Names out in the lead. Blair, Harriton right in there as well. So is Capital, Middlesex, and Dayton. All hanging tight. All within about 2.5 boat lengths of each other here halfway through the race. The lead still, though, Holy Names. They have about a 2-seat advantage over the Blair boat in lane 2 and about a 4-seat advantage over the third place boat from Harriton in lane 4. Not far behind that Capital boat in lane 5, and you know, touching them, they only have about 3/4 of a boat length lead over both the Dayton boat in lane 1, which is on the move right now, and the Middlesex boat in lane 6. I'd like to recognize some more of the great referees volunteering their time for the regatta this weekend here in Oak Ridge, the Youth National Championships. Thanks to John Wick and Jorge Salas, Kathleen Crow, Kim Lozier, Mary Carol Madigan, MC there, Mike Forster, all helping out, making sure these young athletes play safe and fair and keeping the competition on an even keel. Out in front, Holy Names in the lead right now. Blair, though, beginning to challenge for that first place. Third place owned by Capital right now, but Harriton in lane 4 is hanging right there in 4th place. Even at the front, almost seat to seat, it's Blair and Holy Name as they approach the 1,500 meter mark. I think Holy Names sees something happening over there, and they just picked up their stroke rate considerably, trying to fight, but they are seat to seat, bow ball to bow ball, cox to cox at the 1,500 meter between Blair and Holy Names. 3rd place still is Capital. Harriton hanging in 4th place. 5th place I would give to Middlesex, and Dayton in 6th right now at the 1,500 meter mark. Holy Names sees that challenge from the Blair boat, and they begin to pour it on as well. It will be wicked when it comes to the end here. In the meantime, sneaking up in lane 5, it's the boat from Capital beginning to challenge both those leaders. It will be tight when they come to the finish line, about 350 meters from right now. Harriton trying to hang in lane 4. They're about a half a boat length back, but the leader still remains Holy Names for the moment, but Capital is given a big challenge. Blair hanging in right there. It will be an exciting finish for these top 3 boats as they have 250 meters to go in the second semifinal for the women's 4 here at the Youth National Championships. To Willie in the tower to call this exciting race at the end as they hit those red boys.
Capital making a huge push in the beep beep. Coming probably into first place right now. These top 3 boats are just barely ahead of Harriton. And they know if they have any sort of bobbles, they're going to end up in the B final. So it is anybody's guess between Capital, Holy Names, and Blair. Blair on the outside in the blue boat. With the angle, they look like they're ahead, but maybe, maybe not. Holy Names is right there, and then Capital, which will be coming into view in just a moment, is right there also. Coming to the line, it is going to be Blair, Holy Names, Capital. What a great race for Capital. Harriton in 4th. Middlesex in 5th. And on the outside, Dayton in 6th. What a great race between those 4 top boats.
And we are underway with the men's lightweight 4, with lane 4 and lane 5 battling for first place. Lane 4 is Seattle Rowing Center, lane 5 Marin Rowing Center, a rowing association, both West Coast schools, with lane 3 St. Louis, and lane 2 Miami Rowing right behind them. Lane 1 on the far side of the course is Norwalk River Rowing Association, and on our near side in the orange boat is Oklahoma City River Sport. Oklahoma City River Sport and Norwalk are vying for that 5th and 6th spot position. Lane 4, Seattle Rowing back in the front, is with the yellow blades and white boat. Very slim lead at this point, just passing the 500 meter mark. Those boys are tall, they're looking good, they're seeing their brims of their visors all move horizontally is a great look. And lane 5 and lane 3 are hanging on for 2nd and 3rd spot, with lane 2 Miami Rowing right there next to lane 3. So this is a very close race, not quite as close to that women's race that we just saw, but everything looking very nice here as they move forward. The conditions are perfect. They could not ask for a better day of racing here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We have lane 3, which is St. Louis, middle of our country, right next to Miami, with the 2 West Coast schools slightly in the lead. It looks like St. Louis is making a bit of a move here as they're probably approaching the 850 meter mark, going past lane 2, Miami Rowing. Lane 6 is in a solid 5th place right now, Oklahoma City, and lane 1, Norwalk River, in 6th place at this moment. Crews are looking good.
Takes a lot of hard work to put on a championship regatta. Thanks again to the host, is the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, the host here, of course, in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thanks to Board President Bob Franks, Executive Director Bill Garland, and Head Coach Ellen Eubanks for lending assistance to make this competition possible. The 20th Annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Top 3 contenders from each regional championship race earned a bid to compete here at Oak Ridge. The finals will be tomorrow beginning at 8 o'clock in the morning at last. I remember the schedule if I remember it correctly. And it will be streamed live right here where you're watching online right now. From the women's fours to the men's lightweight fours. Here with Seattle Rowing Center, Marin Rowing battling it out for first place right now. Third belongs to St. Louis in lane 3. Miami in lane 2 hanging right into the lead pack. Then several boat links back to the other 2 boats in this race. OKC River Sport in lane 6 and Norwalk River in lane 1 on the far side of the course. But out in the lead right now, it is Seattle Rowing with a slight lead over Marin Rowing Association. Third place again to St. Louis. Thanks to the sponsors of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, ANX, Philippi. Thanks to Ludus Tours, NK, and Regatta Central for sponsoring this great competition. These young people have been working hard all spring to make it to these national championships. They want to bring home the bragging rights for 2013 with a win in their particular race. These are the men's lightweight fours, first semifinal. Top 3 boats to the A final. That will be the top 6 boats in the nation racing against each other for bragging rights and that gold medal. Here in this semifinal, it's Seattle Rowing, who is doing a fine job. West Coast, Seattle Rowing Center, and Marin Rowing Association battling it out. Meanwhile, the Midwest, St. Louis, and OKC River Sport, trying to do their best right now with St. Louis in 3rd place. 4th belongs to Miami Rowing. 5th belongs to OKC River Sport, and 6th to Norwalk here at the 1,500 meter mark. Out front, though, by a considerable distance. This field is really spread out as the boat from Seattle Rowing Center approaches the Red Boys, indicating 250 meters to go. They're just slightly ahead of the Marin Rowing Association boat, maybe a boat length ahead of that, and then it's a boat length or better, open water, back to St. Louis in 3rd place. Another couple of boat lengths back to the Miami Rowing boat, and then another few boat lengths back to the other 2 boats in the race, Norwalk in lane 1 and OKC River Sport in lane 2. 250 meters to go to the finish tower in Willie Black for the conclusion of this race, the first semifinal for the men's lightweight fours.
Seattle Rowing Center and Marin, 2 West Coast programs battling it out for the first place. Top 3 go to the final. So this is just bragging rights and lane placement for tomorrow's race. Both boats looking very comfortable as they have open water on the rest of the field. And it's Seattle Rowing Center coming to the line with about a boat length lead over Marin. And it's going to be St. Louis Rowing Club in that 3rd place position, making the final tomorrow. Miami crossing the line 4th, be in the middle lanes in the B final. And then for 5th and 6th, oh my goodness, oh, too hard to call, between OKC and Norwalk.
And here we are on the semifinal 2 of the men's lightweight 4 event at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. Lane 1, Lane 2, Newport Rowing Club. Lane 3, Pocock out of Seattle. Lane 5, Bainbridge Island from Washington State. And Lane 6, Pittsford crew here closest to us. We've got Lane 5, Bainbridge Island out with a very slim lead, but they are in front in the great Grant Dull 4. Lane 4 is in 2nd with Lane 3 in 3rd. Lane 4 again is the Long Beach Juniors with Lane 3, Pocock. Lane 2, Lane 6 virtually tied with Lane 1 just a few feet behind them. Lane 1 on the far side is South Jersey Rowing. Lane 6 here nearest to us, rowing well. The Pro Vita 4 is the Pittsford crew. In the front, lane 5 is the crew from Bainbridge Island, rowing well, stroking strong, but lane 4 from Long Beach has been strong throughout the most of the day, and they are looking very fine as well. So right now, the race is for third place to get into the grand final tomorrow, with lane 6, lane 3, lane 2. Lane 1 is about 3/4 of a length back, which is lane 6 is South Jersey Rowing Club. Lane 6 is fighting strong, and they are making a move very close, maybe about 2 seats back on lane 3, holding on to the third place position. Lane 5 and lane 4 comfortably with open water leads, but I use comfortably with a grain of salt. Lane 5 is in the front from Bainbridge Island in Washington State. Long Beach rowing slightly higher of a stroke rating than Bainbridge Island, and they both have open water over lane 3. Over to the next.
U.S. Rowing, the United States Olympic Committee's national governing body for rowing in America, recognized by that U.S. Olympic Committee. Membership organization, 40,000 individual members, many racing here today, the youngsters. 1,200 organizational members, 1,200 clubs across the country, too. U.S. Rowing promotes diversity in the sport through America Rows and encourages active participation in adaptive rowing programs across the country. One starting up, my home base up in Cincinnati. Second of the semifinals for the men's lightweight fours here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, with a lead from Bainbridge Island right now over Long Beach in lane 4. We're looking for the top 3 boats to go to that A final to meet the top 3 boats from the last semifinal. And right now those top 3 boats are Bainbridge Island, Long Beach, and Pocock in lane 3. So lane 5, 4, 3 is the count right now. Pocock, though, being challenged by Newport. Newport maintaining some contact there. Just on the other side of Newport is South Jersey Rowing Club. And the Pittsford crew, the one you're watching right now in lane 6, is trailing the field as it goes along. Bainbridge Island, I think, sensed a little bit, maybe even heard the coxswain from the Long Beach boat, and they have begun to pick up the pace and dig in a little bit. They're trying to increase their lead because the Long Beach junior boat was beginning to make a move on them. They are staying away, but they are pulling away at the same time from the boat from Pocock that's in third place. Pocock being challenged by Newport RC, but out front Bainbridge Island in lane 5 trying to hold on to a lead as Long Beach juniors give them a run for the money. About a boat length and a half back open water to the third place boat from Pocock. They have now opened a 6-foot lead over the Newport RC boat in lane 2. South Jersey is challenging that Newport boat, and meanwhile Pittsford crew is in 6th place, but still trying to keep in touch with the field. Bainbridge Island back at the front is beginning to slightly pull away. They do have about a 1-boat advantage as they hit the 1,500 meter mark over that second place boat from the Long Beach juniors. Over here in third in lane 3 is Pocock. Newport RC now falling behind that Pocock boat and losing ground to the South Jersey Rowing Club in lane 1 as well. But in the beginning, at the front in the second semifinal for the men's lightweight fours, it's Bainbridge Island holding on to the lead right now over Long Beach juniors. Pocock in third, and they're beginning to spread out with about 300 meters to go. But Bainbridge Island is really working hard to hold on to that lead as they go down the course. Long Beach juniors cruising right along in second. And now it looks like Pocock's begun to pick up the pace slightly with about 300 meters to go to try to catch up with those front two and qualify for a good lane in the A final. So with 250 meters to go, Bainbridge Island, Long Beach Juniors, Pocock in this second semifinal for the men's lightweight fours. Well, to the tower for Willie's call to the finish line.
Bainbridge out in front, putting on a good show here, working very hard. Nobody is coasting through on this one. Long Beach right behind them, and what a nice shot here. And you can see Pocock right behind them, 1, 2, 3. Everybody's spreading out a little bit as they get closer to the finish. The Bainbridge boat is out in front with a little bit of open water. Long Beach has a little bit of open water. Well, hard to say, maybe a little overlap between them and Pocock. But it is Bainbridge Island out in front. Bainbridge Island is just a little west of Seattle across Puget Sound. There's Long Beach. Pocock in third place. That's your top three to the A final. Newport getting a good position in the B final. South Jersey, and then Pittsford will come in sixth. And they will fill out the B final tomorrow.
And just starting is the men's semifinal number 1 for the men's 4 here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. In lane 1 on the far side of the course, Rose City Rowing Club out of Portland, Oregon. The yellow boat. We've got a very tight race here between lane 3 and lane 4. Along with, there has been some separation already with lane 5 and lane 1, excuse me, looking at that third place spot. Lane 6, Choate School, moving well. So we basically have lane 4 and lane 3 out in first. Lane 4 is Pacific, and lane 3 is Everett Rowing Association, with lane 1 on the far side, Rose City. So those are three West Coast schools, all in 1, 2, and 3 positions. Lane 6, lane 5, lane 2 in the 4, 5, 6 position. Lane 6 of Choate, lane 5 of Milwaukee in the blue-bladed black boat, and lane 2 of South County over in probably 6th place right now. Lane 4 in the bucket rig, which means that they've got 2 rowers on the same side in the red bladed boat. 2 guys on the near starboard side in the middle of the boat. Some people think that evens out pressure or times crews together. That seems to be working for them right now. Lane 3 and lane 1 in second and third position, but lane 6, closest to us in the yellow boat from Choate, is moving up on Rose City. Then their boat is called the Airstream. It's a yellow boat, M. Parker make, and it seems to be doing a water stream right now, making a move on and into third place. They've still got about 5 or 6 feet to go before they take that away from Rose City, but they're rowing a little bit higher than Rose City right now, and this is the race to watch going into the 750 mark, and now over to the 1,000.
Thanks to some of the sponsors for this 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship, including Hilton H. Honors, JanSport, JR Soda Shop, Ludus Tours, NK, and Regatta Central. Thanks for your support. It's the first of the semifinal for the men's 4s. We saw the lightweights a moment ago. The men's 4s now on the course. The women's lightweight 4s after these semifinals. Halfway through this first semifinal for the 4s, it is Pacific, with 3/4 of a boat length lead over the second place boat from Everett Rowing Association at the 1,000-meter mark. That is first and second. Second being challenged there, the Everett Rowing Association by Rose City Rowing Club in lane 1 here at that 1,000-meter mark, but not far behind in lane 6, it's the boat from Cote, and in lane 5, a boat from Milwaukee. Another shout out to these great refs. You can see them on these launches, most standing up in the launches, following the race, making sure everything is above board and the race is not getting out of hand, making sure everybody's staying in their lane, etc. These referees do a fantastic job. Thanks again to the chief referee Dave Hayes and deputy chief Letcher Ross running the crew today, all volunteer refs, including Morris Elson, Robin Kenny, Roger Bailey, Roger Frederick, Ron Titterington, all out here working the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. About a 15-meter lead for the boat from Pacific in this first semifinal for the men's fours, these 2013 Rowing Championships. Second place still belongs to Everett Rowing Association, but there is still a real threat there in lane 1 from Rose City Rowing Club. You can see just on the other side of Rose City and those black unis with the red stripe going down the side and down the legs, but not to be discounted, the Coat boat in lane 6, Milwaukee in lane 5, hanging right in there too. Again, the top 3 boats go to the A final, the rest to the B final. So we'll have to see. And right now, with quite a lead in hand at the 1,500 meter mark, it's Pacific in lane 4 in the lead. So the battle will be behind them. They're almost 2 boat lengths out ahead. Second place right now does belong to Everett Rowing Association. Rose City Rowing in lane 1 is moving right along and not really out of touch. I haven't mentioned them yet. South County in lane 2, though they're in 6th place right now, they're still in contact with the pack back at the back here. But Pacific A out front substantially in this first semifinal for the men's fours, and they're not resting on their laurels. I just saw them kick in a big set of power sweeps as they go along. So 300 meters to go in the first semifinal for the men's four, with Pacific well in the lead. Second place belonging to Everett Rowing Association. Third right now belongs to Coat. And I'd have to give the boat from Rose City Rowing in lane 1 the 4th place as we head down the finish with Willie in the Tower to call it for second and third as Pacific continues to lead.
Pacific Rowing out of San Francisco, California, with a very comfortable lead, rowing very smoothly, very nice. And they will get a center lane tomorrow in the A final for finishing first in this semifinal today. Boat, at least a boat of open water over the field, is Pacific. Now this second place is probably going to go to Everett, but third place would be Milwaukee. So there's Pacific over the line, Everett, yes, it is going to be Milwaukee, Choate in 4th, Rose City 5th, and South County in 6th. Top 3 boats, Pacific, Everett, and Milwaukee.
And semifinal 2 of the men's 4 is underway and racing here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, in lane 1 on the far side of the course. Is St. Louis Rowing Club, St. Louis, Missouri. Lane 5, Mountain Lakes from New Jersey, and lane 6, here closest to us, is Westerville High from Westerville, Ohio. So your leaders in the top 3 spots, lane 4, lane 5, and lane 3. Mountain Lakes, lane 5, lane 3, Marin, and lane 4, St. Louis. Lane 2, Episcopal Academy, about a half a boat length down on lane 5, the Mountain Lakes crew in the blue boat close to us, and on the far side, lane 1 is Broomfield Acton. Broomfield Acton is in 6th place at this moment. Westerville is looking very good. They are actually moving a little bit on and close to 3rd place. They're in 4th right now, but they're looking good. This boat race is spread out a little bit more than the ones in the past, and St. Louis has got a commanding lead with open water at this point. You've got lane 3, Marin in a solid 2nd place, and Mountain Lakes is racing well, but again, lane 6, excuse me, from Westerville is rowing well, with only lane 1 kind of out of the mix at the moment. But again, anything can happen. They're 750 meters down. They're working towards the 1,000 with St. Louis taking more open water with the tall boys from Missouri looking good. Lane 3 is in second place and lane 5 is in third. Moving.
Here they are, just shy of halfway through the race. This boat from St. Louis in lane 4, just pulling off a power 10 or more, crossing the 1,000 meter mark, a couple of boat lengths ahead of the second place boat from Marin Rowing Association. Meanwhile, this is setting up in the second semifinal of the men's fours at the Youth National Championships to be a fight for that third spot. In lane 2, Episcopal Academy. In lane 5, Mountain Lakes, and in lane 6, Westerville. Neck and neck for that third spot. Hanging with the pack, but just about 3/4 of a boat length off, is Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lane 1 here in the men's Youth 4. Again, must acknowledge these great U.S. rowing referees who are officiating the Youth National Championships here. Thanks to Scott Wordworth, to Sheila Toll, to Skip Martenko, Watt Smith, Zori Salas, all working on the water or on shore to make this regatta run smoothly. A lot of work. That's what you're seeing on the water right now as these boats have been training all spring with the idea in mind to come to this penultimate regatta of the season. And that is the National Championships. That's what you're seeing right here. The semifinals, second semifinals for the men's 4. St. Louis handily ahead right now, almost 25 meters ahead of the second place boat from Marin Rowing. But in a real fight right now for that third place spot and a chance to go to the A finals. It's Episcopal Academy in 2, Mountain Lakes in 5, and Westerville in 6. Right now, I'd give Mountain Lakes the slight advantage. They are in third spot, but it will be tight. As they cross the 1,500 meter mark, 500 meters to go. It seems as if the St. Louis boat that is in the lead just keeps extending its lead. More and more open water between their stern and the bow of the second place boat from Marin. Marin is going to feel some heat here in a hurry because walking up on them quickly. In lane 5, Mountain Lakes. Mountain Lakes has about a 2-foot lead over Westerville, but Westerville is applying the pressure. If you can see it on your screen right now, look at that bow ball come up. They're beginning to come even with Mountain Lakes as they race towards the finish, fighting for that third spot. 3 go to the A final, the remaining 3 to the B final. You want to be one of the top 6 in the nation. So these young rowers are working hard in these men's 4s. Second semifinal, St. Louis way in the lead. Second place right now belongs to Marin Rowing Association, but they've been losing a lot of ground. And it's a fight between Mountain Lakes and Westerville as they come down to the finish. Willie Black in the tower will have to call the finish here as they come down to the line.
St. Louis way out in front. Coming from the Midwest. It just shows how much rowing has grown around the country. We have fast crews from every corner of this country as the sport of rowing just keeps growing and growing. St. Louis coming across the line way ahead of the fastest boat out of the West Coast, which was Marin. And then third place, it's going to be Mountain Lakes. The Episcopal in 4th, Westerville in 5th, and on the outside, Bromfield Acton. Next up is the women's lightweight 4s. Women's lightweight 4s.
We're underway with the women's lightweight 4 semifinal 1 here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This is again the women's lightweight 4 semifinal 1. Lane 3, Cincinnati Juniors. Long Beach Juniors. Lane 5, Capital and Lawrenceville from New Jersey in lane 6, closest to us. The lanes run 1 on the far side of the camera view, lane 6 on the close camera view. Lightweight women's 4, all women under or moment as they're passing the 250-meter mark. Lane 5 seems to have a very slight lead. Lane 5 is Capital, and they're rowing in the boat called Capital Pride. They've got about one deck, maybe another seat open or up on lane 3. Lane 3 is the Cincinnati Juniors from Cincinnati, Ohio. They're rowing that bucket rig with the 3-2 bucket on the starboard side. Lane 2 is in 3rd place currently. Lane 2 is Dayton Boat Club out of Dayton, Ohio. And lane 4 is in 4th place. That's Long Beach Juniors with lane 6 in 5th. That's Lawrenceville here nearest to us in the gold-colored boat with the black, red, and white oars. Lane 1 on the far side is Sagamore Rowing Association, and they are in 6th place, but not by much. Lane 5, Capital Pride. Capital Rowing is in 1st place, but lane 3 continues to row very nicely and in control from Cincinnati Juniors. Again, the lightweight women's 4, heat semifinal 1, top 3 crews move on into the grand final with the 4th, 5th, and 6th place boats going into the petite or small final tomorrow. Lane 5, lane 3, lane 2 continue to be your steady 1, 2, 3 place. That's Dayton and Capital, and lane 3, Cincinnati Juniors. Will be lane 4, lane 6 are starting to make a move here as they're moving into the 750-meter mark, and Dayton needs to make sure that they're paying attention. And in the bow cox boats, it's often somewhat difficult if you're ahead for the coxswain to see what's going on behind them.
The official merchandise of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships are provided by Boathouse Sports, Croker, Connect-A-Dock, and C2. So here we are for the first of the semifinals for the women's lightweight 4s. Full boat length lead right now from from Capital in lane 5. They have a full boat length lead over the Cincinnati Juniors in lane 3. In the meantime, in 4th right now is the boat from Dayton in lane 2. But a real challenge from Long Beach and from Lawrenceville in lane 6 right here. The 1,000-meter mark, 1 boat length lead for the boat from Capital in lane 5. Well, quite a pack here, crossing the 1,000 for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Meanwhile, about a boat length back from the pack, Sagamore Rowing Association in lane 1. These are the semifinals for the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. The finals begin tomorrow morning and will be streaming live where you're watching right now. After this championship regatta, those races, those finals, will be available for purchase for a lasting commemoration. Watch usrowing.org and media downloads for your chance to take home a copy of the race of the finals that'll be raced tomorrow. Still a 1 boat length lead for Capital in lane 5 in this first semifinal for the women's lightweight 4s. 2nd place, Cincinnati Juniors holding on pretty steady. 3rd place, and they're in 3rd by about 3 seats back from that Cincinnati Junior boat. It's the boat from Long Beach. And then just about 3 seats behind them is the Dayton boat in lane 2. But meantime, in lane 6, Lawrenceville holding on. And off the pace in 6th place right now, Sagamore Rowing Association. The big ones, the 8s, coming up just around the corner. One more semifinal for the lightweight 4s for the women. Old Capital is working hard here in lane 5. They now have about 10 feet of open water between their boat and the now 2nd place boat of Long Beach. Long Beach has walked up on the Cincinnati Juniors, taking over 2nd place. They are beginning to diminish that open water from the Capital boat. The Capital boat's lead beginning to shrink here at the 1,500 meter mark as Long Beach Juniors begin to pour it on a little bit. 3rd place right now is the Cincinnati Juniors, but they look like they're beginning to flag. And here picking up the pace in lane 6, it's the boat from Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville now challenging for that 3rd place and that 3rd place in the A final. They are coming up, walking up on the Cincinnati Juniors. They have pulled even with the Cincinnati Juniors in lane 3, Lawrenceville, and lane 6. Their coxswain in the Lawrenceville boat is glancing over to see what's happening. It looks like the Cincinnati Juniors have begun to respond. Some of their rowers glance over and see what's happening. They now have resumed a 2-seat advantage over the boat from Lawrenceville, but Lawrenceville is not letting loose. Long Beach, feeling the heat, begins to pick up their pace too as they're heading towards the 250 meter mark in this first semifinal for the women's lightweight 4s. It is Capital in the lead. Long Beach in 2nd, Lawrenceville now in 3rd, and Cincinnati Juniors in 4th. Back to the tower and Willie to call the finish of this race.
This looks like it's going to be a great finish with Lawrenceville coming up and grabbing that 3rd place spot. Remember, just top 3 go to the final. So it's Capital out in front, Capital from Sacramento, California, and with Long Beach in 2nd in the yellow tops. Next to them on the outside there is Cincinnati Juniors. On the inside you can't see right now is Lawrenceville. And Lawrenceville, they're going to come into the frame here pretty quick, and they may have wrapped up that 3rd spot place. It's going to come down to the wire between them and Cincinnati Junior. Cincinnati Junior on the outside, they are actually in 3rd place. As the camera gets closer, as the boats get closer to the finish line, the actual angles are more accurate. But it is Capital coming to the line. Capital, Long Beach, Cincinnati, and Lawrenceville does not pull it off, but what a great push by them. Dayton coming in 5th. And Sagamore in 6th place.
To Vashon Island in 4th. Lane 1 is PNRA, that's Princeton National Rowing Association. Mercer in lane 1 in 5th place, and Broomfield Acton lane 6 right now in 6th place. The race is up there for the 1st and 2nd positions. The coxswain in lane 4 is looking back over her shoulder to check out where Detroit Boat Club is, and they have about 3 seats up on Detroit Boat Club. As I said earlier, sometimes that coxswain needs to take a big look behind her to see what's going on. Obviously, it's a good thing to look behind, but it can offset the boat a little bit if they take too much of a view back. Lane 3 is moving well. That is Manhasset in the copper-colored boat. So, they are moving very well. Lane 3, Lane 4, Lane 5 are your top 3 crews. Broomfield Acton and Vashon Island in Lane 2 in the light-colored sky blue blades are in 4th currently. So again, you've got Atlanta Juniors, Detroit Boat Club, and Manhasset crew in your top 3 position. Detroit Boat Club coming back just a little bit. They're kind of fading back on the top 2, but they still are a bit ahead, maybe a length up on lane 2. We are slightly behind the leaders, so the parallax of the view is visible here at this vantage point. But right now you've got Detroit Boat Club. They're screaming. Their rowers want teammates to give everything they got, so they stay in that coveted 3rd spot position.
As we watch this race come up to the 1,000-meter mark. Another thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to Philippi, ANX, the Rowing Repair Center, and Rudy Project for their support of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. This is the second semifinal for the women's lightweight fours. In the lead here at the 1,000-meter mark, Manhasset, Atlanta Juniors right behind them. Third place is Detroit. Fourth place at the 1,000-meter mark is Vashon Island. Fifth right now, hard to call, between Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 6 and PNRA Mercer in lane 1. But out front, two boats going neck and neck. 20th Annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. You're watching live streaming. You will see the live streaming of the finals, the big finals tomorrow, crowning national champions, beginning in the morning, 8 o'clock. C, B, and A finals for boats 1 through 18. Top 18 boats in the nation will be determined tomorrow during the competition. Out in the front here in this second semifinal, the women's lightweight fours. Manhasset continues to lead Atlanta, but Atlanta right with them. Third place is Detroit right now. Vashon Island in fourth. Fifth belongs to PNRA Mercer and Bromfield Acton Boxborough in sixth, but they're kind of neck and neck, trailing the pack by several boat lengths. Out front, they're maintaining about a 6-foot lead. Manhasset is over the Atlanta Juniors. As you watch those young ladies row towards that 1,500-meter mark, they're being trailed just slightly, just a little bit of open water back to the Detroit boat in lane 5. Those three boats, the first three boats in this semifinal heading to the A final. The other boats will be heading towards the B final. 500 meters to go. Manhasset maintaining a lead. Atlanta Juniors in second. Detroit in third. Then about a boat length back to the Vashon Island boat in fourth. And PNRA Mercer, Bromfield Acton Boxborough at the back of the pack. After this, it's the big boats. Lightweight 8s. And then the heavy 8s, both women and men. As we wrap up the semifinals for this 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championship. We'll kick it back to the finish tower and Willie Black for the end of this semifinal with the women's lightweight 4.
Manhasset in the brown boat out in front, doing a nice job. There they are out in front, followed by Atlanta. Atlanta looks like they're a long ways behind, but they're really not that far behind. They're a boat length. But here's Manhasset in the brown boat out in front, rowing very nicely. Following is Atlanta. Manhasset will get the prime spot in the final tomorrow, either lane 3 or lane 4, right in the middle of the course. In second place, Atlanta coming to the line, followed by Detroit. In fourth place is Vashon Island, which is near Seattle. Fifth place is going to be PNRA Mercer, near Princeton, New Jersey. And Bromfield Acton in sixth place. And that brings us to the men's lightweight 8, semi 1.
160 pounds or less, racing their hearts out to make that final coveted race tomorrow for their season-ending opportunity, either in the grand final or the petite final. All boats racing strongly right now. The boys in the pink hats. Moving strong, that's community rowing, but virtually tied between 4th and 5th and 6th place. Balin Jesuit here in the near yellow boat. This is exciting action, ladies and gentlemen. Lightweight men's 8 in the semifinal 1. Lane 1 on the far side. Cincinnati Juniors looks to be in about 4th spot right now, but virtually tied with Wayland Weston here in lane 5. We're looking at lane 3 in first place. That is community rowing, but maybe by inches ahead of Detroit Boat Club, Detroit, Michigan. Lane 2 is back just a little bit. Lane 2 is Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. They've got the white beanie caps. They're looking strong though as well. All these crews close length. By the time we're past the 600-meter mark, still nobody's got open water on anybody. That's 1st to 6th place. We've got 1st and 2nd is Detroit Boat Club in the white boat, pink hats, and community rowing in the red blades, red jerseys, white hats, virtually tied, but still an overlap deck on 6th place, which is Jesuit from Dallas. Lane 1 out there on the far side, Cincinnati Juniors. Lane 5, lane 6, virtually tied for 3rd place. This is going to be a very exciting race as we move into the second 1,000 of this race. They're moving fast.
I thought there was a cacophony of coxswains in one of the earlier 8s races. Doesn't match this noise here as the first semifinal for the men's lightweight 8 comes to the halfway point. In the lead, Detroit right now, holding a slim lead, maybe 4 seats over community rowing. Then it's Cincinnati Juniors in lane 1 who are in 3rd for the time being. But boy, look at Wayland Weston in lane 5 and Balin Jesuit in lane 6, closest to you. Neck and neck right there. All these boats separated about 2.5 boat lengths from front to back in the pack. And it's going to be quite a race to the end. The 20th Annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships here at Melton Hill Lake in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. 3 semifinals. The lightweight 8s for the men here. Then you'll have the women's 8s and the men's 8s semifinals as we wrap up the competition for the Saturday afternoon. What a gorgeous day down here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee to watch some just fantastic racing. Great races like this one in this first semifinal for the lightweight 8s and men. 1,250 meters into the race with a 6-seat lead. It is Detroit ahead of community rowing. Community rowing has a 1-seat lead over the Cincinnati Junior boat in lane 1. 4th place for the moment belongs to Wayland Weston. Balin Jesuit in lane 6 is in 5th place, and Jesuit College Prep of Dallas in lane 2 in 6th. Reminder again, we'll be streaming live the finals tomorrow. Visit usrowing.org for a full schedule and the link to watch again tomorrow. And those finals will be available for purchase. Each of the races of the finals available for purchase when you visit usrowing.org and click on media downloads after the regatta. 500 meters to go in the first of the lightweight 8 for men's semifinals. It is still Detroit in the lead. Now community rowers have pulled away from the Cincinnati Junior boat. They're in 2nd place with about a 3-seat lead over the 3rd place Cincinnati Juniors. But watch out because in 4th it's Wayland Weston in lane 5 beginning to creep up. You want to be one of the top 3 boats and go to the A finals, be one of the top 6 boats in the nation. That's what these young rowers are working for as they head towards the finish line. Detroit in the lead, community rowing hanging on to 2nd. Cincinnati Juniors in 3rd, Wayland Weston in 4th, Balin Jesuit in 5th, and it's Jesuit College Prep of Dallas in 6th as they head to the final 250 meters of this men's lightweight 8 semifinal to the finish tower to see what happens at the finish line. Here's Willie Black.
Detroit still out in front, moving very nicely. They are at the bottom of the screen. It looks like the boat on the far side is in the lead, but that's just parallax, the view we have from the tower. As they get a little closer to the finish, the real distance between these boats will become more apparent. So it's Detroit out in front. On the far side, it's Community out in lane one, or Cincinnati out in lane one. Boy, this is going to be something to the finish. Okay, so it's Detroit across, and Cincinnati, Community. Oh, Wayland Westland, Balin Jesuit, and then Jesuit College Prep of Dallas. Wow, what a finish. That was amazing. Detroit out front, but then 4 boats. Boom, 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 boom. That's some exciting racing.
And we are at the start of semifinal 2 in the men's lightweight 8. They are polling the crews as we speak. Lane 1 is OKC Riversport, Sarasota. The flag is up. The flag is down. They are underway for the semifinal 2. Sarasota crew is in lane 2. Marin Rowing from California, lane 3. Los Gatos also from California, lane 4. Canisius in lane 5. And Orlando Area Rowing is in lane 6. Lane 1 again is on the far side of the course. Lane 6 the near side. So Orlando is in the far boat. These boys are lightweight men. They're racing the final tomorrow, grand final or the petite final. Everybody wants to be in the grand final. 6 boats side by side, all rowing cleanly, all rowing well at this point. We are seeing lane 4, Los Gatos, maybe with a foot up on lane 3 of Marin, but yep, it is lane 4, about 3 feet up on lane 3 from Marin. They are moving out. Lane 2 and lane 6, virtually a dead heat. Lane 6 here, Orlando Area Rowing, and lane 2 is Sarasota Crew. So 2 crews that have also raced against each other numerous times. So you've got 2 West Coast crews up in the front, and then 2 Florida crews in 2nd or 3rd and 4th. OKC Riversport, and then Canisius fighting for 5th and 6th spots. Lane 4 does seem to have a small lead. I will give it 1 deck lead at this point. Lane 4, Los Gatos over Marin. Marin from the Bay Area. And it is a very tight race, but those 2 crews have broken out. The race now for the grand final is between lane 2 and lane 6, Orlando Area Rowing and Sarasota Crew. Right now it's virtually a dead heat. Coxswains are vying each other, looking across the pack of boats to see who's making a move, and then obviously they want to counter it. Right now, again, side-by-side racing for lane 4, Los Gatos, and lane 3, Marin. Very close. That will be a barn burner, I am sure, because neither one of those crews want to give up the opportunity to call.
What a finale to the first of the semifinals for the men's lightweight 8. Might be setting up for another one here. 2 boats in the lead, 3 boats vying for that 3rd spot to go to the A finals. Quite amazing. Among the sponsors of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships, United Airlines, Vespoli, and Wintech Racing. 1,000 meters into this 2nd semifinal for the men's lightweight 8s. Right out front, Los Gatos in lane 4 and Marin Rowing Association in lane 3, and they're pretty much neck to neck with just a slight advantage for Los Gatos. Then you can see the fight for 3rd stretching across the course from lane 2, where Sarasota Crew's holding court, to lane 5 with Canisius, and lane 6 Orlando. Just the slightest of advantage right now to the Sarasota. They're kind of holding on to the 3rd, but with each stroke it's their bow ball going ahead, and then with each stroke from Canisius, they go ahead. So that's the fight for third right there. Lanes 2 and 5. Now out front, lanes 3 and 4, neck and neck. In the meantime, Orlando in lane 6, about a half a boat length behind that fight for third place. And then over in lane 1, the orange boat from OKC River Sport. This men's lightweight 8 semifinal. Top 3 contenders from each regional championship race earned a bid to compete here at Oak Ridge. Finals tomorrow, beginning in the morning. They will be streamed live. You can follow your rower right here. Follow your friends. And some of these races, from the way the semifinals have looked, some of the finals will just be outstanding. They're in the lead. You're watching Los Gatos dig in deep at the 1,500 meter mark. They see that the Marin Rowing Association boat's hanging right with them. They don't want to give any ground, any water to them, any seats to them at all. The fight's going to be, I think, for third place here, and it's going to be between that Sarasota crew in lane 2 and Canisius in lane 5, which is now pulled well ahead of the boat from Orlando. Now a boat length ahead of that boat from Orlando, about a half a boat length back from there to the OKC River Sport in lane 1. So that fight for third, Willie Black in the finish tower will let you know how it all works out, as there are about 300 meters to go in the second semifinal for the men's lightweight 8. So we go to the tower for the finish and see who's going to the A finals here at the championships.
Great race between Marin and Los Gatos. They race each other a lot. Bit of a grudge match here. Whoever wins this one, the other boat will try to exact their revenge tomorrow in the final between Los Gatos and Marin. Los Gatos has it right now. They are out in front by just a little bit as Marin is making a really powerful surge here. Marin is now passing Los Gatos. Los Gatos trying to respond. They are a little bit. Wow, this is going to come down. This is going to be a really tight finish between these two boats. Look at this. Awesome. Maybe Los Gatos. Maybe. Who knows? Then it's lane 2, Sarasota, taking that third spot. Canisius in 4th, Orlando in 5th, and OKC River Sport in 6th. Great race between those two. Fantastic race coming tomorrow.
And welcome to the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships for the Women's Youth 8 Semifinal 1. All the crews are in the starting dock. They are getting their alignments, and they are getting their points. We have not heard a poll yet from the starting official, but in lane 1 on the far side of the course is St. Louis, Sarasota crew in lane 2, Marin Rowing Association lane 3, lane 4 is Oakland Strokes, lane 5 Cincinnati Juniors, and Green Lake from Seattle in lane 6. All the crews are looking ready. I think I see Green Lake making a couple of last second adjustments to their point. And the head referee, the starter, is polling the crews, so the start is imminent. They have alignment. The flag is up, the flag is down. They are underway for semifinal 1 of the women's 8 here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, on beautiful Melton Hill Lake on an absolutely gorgeous Saturday evening. It is about 6:45, and an absolutely perfect day of racing is quickly coming to a close. All the crews have gone through the 100-meter breakage zone at this point, all rowing cleanly, all rowing strong, and all rowing straight. Again, we have Green Lake nearest to us and St. Louis furthest away. Lane 2, Sarasota, Marin, Oakland Strokes, Cincinnati are all heading this way towards the finish line. They are now crossing the 250-meter mark, and it looks like lane Marin may have a very slight lead over lane 4. Trained young women. And they will be racing hard all the way to the end of the race course. It is Marin in first with Oakland Strokes in second, and lane 2, Sarasota, lane 5 and 6 right there with lane 1, St. Louis in 6, but only by maybe a deck. We're hoping that the crews all stay overlap so we can stay close to the front as they are at this point. Marin has almost broken water on lane 2, but they are certainly haven't broken water on Oakland Strokes, who is right there, stroke for stroke, in lane 4. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4 in the commanding 1-2, but lane 5 of Cincinnati Juniors and Green Lake have not broken free of those two crews. Lane 2, Sarasota falling back just a little bit at this point, and St. Louis as well, just back a little bit. But certainly not out of the race and certainly not out of the picture. Again, lane 3, Marin, lane 4, Oakland Strokes, looking very good at this point with a race for third right now in Green Lake and Cincinnati Juniors' hands. Lane 2, Sarasota back just a little bit as they go through the 750-meter mark. The rowers know that they have one chance to go to the grand final, and this is it. They've worked hard through their heats and their reps, and here they are racing for the opportunity to race for the top 6 and ultimately the top 1 in the country for the Women's Youth 8 National Championship. Over to
They've been battling for some time, and here they are at the National Championships, battling again. I'm talking about Marin Rowing Association that's in the lead right now, and Oakland Strokes. It was back in 2012 here at the Youth Nationals that Oakland Strokes won. And after that win, they faced off again with long-term rival Marin at the Southwest District Championships this year. Oakland Strokes, Marin had a tight battle. Oakland Strokes beat Marin by only a bow ball. Marin just less than a second behind. I think Marin's trying not to let that happen right now because Marin is in the lead in this first semifinal for the women's 8s. They have a 7-seat advantage over the Oakland Strokes boat in lane 4. Again, it will be a battle for for that third spot for the A final, one of the top 6 boats in the nation. You have to finish in the top 3 here to make it to that A final. The rest of you will be going to the B final. So all these young women are fighting for that right to go to the A final and be one of the top boats in the nation. 1,250 meters in, a handy lead for Marin Rowing Association for the time being. I know some of these boats are lying in wait. I'll run through the field here as you're watching the boat in lane 6, Green Lake, trying to keep up with the pack. And this pack is just within 4 boat lengths of each other. But out front, Marin Rowing in first. Oakland Strokes in second. Third right now belongs to the Cincinnati Juniors, who have begun to make a move. They are beginning to walk up there on the Oakland Strokes boat. They were a boat length behind. Now they are only 7 seats behind. They're in lane 5. The Cincinnati Juniors walking up, also making a move on the far side of the course in lane 2. It's the Sarasota crew. In the meantime, that Green Lakes boat in lane 6 is in 5th place, and it's St. Louis in lane 1 in 6th. 1,500 meters with Marin maintaining the lead. Oakland Strokes right behind them. Now Cincinnati Juniors in 3rd place. You want to be one of the top 3 boats and go to that A final. In lane 2, it's Sarasota fighting to be one of those top 3 boats too. We'll see if they've got something up their sleeve to make a move on the Cincinnati Juniors and come in 3rd. But Marin continues to lead. Again, Oakland Strokes, last year's championship winners. Just in the Southwest District, barely beating Marin to come to the Nationals here. And they are hanging in there in second place right now. Approaching 250 meters to go. So it is, at the moment, Marin in first, Oakland Strokes in second, Juniors in third, Cincinnati Juniors that is, and Sarasota in fourth. We'll see how they sort out 250 meters from now as I hand it over to Willie Black in the finish tower for the end of this race, the first semifinal in the women's eights.
This has been quite a grudge match between Oakland and Marin, but Cincinnati wants to get in this game too, and showing great strength and courage coming up on Oakland during the body of the race, showing some power there. So right now it is Marin looking very sharp, looking very nice. On the outside of Marin there, you can see Sarasota. But it is Marin out front, followed by Oakland, and Cincinnati and Sarasota battling for that third spot in the final. So Marin, Oakland, and it is going to be Cincinnati Juniors, Sarasota in fourth by just a deck. Green Lake in fifth, and St. Louis in sixth. What an exciting race. Now we're going to go up to the second semifinal of the Women's Youth 8.
And semifinal 2 of the Women's 8 is underway here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This is Lane 1, OKC, or Oklahoma City River Sport. Lane 2, James Madison. Lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Saratoga. Lane 5, Connecticut Boat Club. Lane 6, Community Rowing. Again, the Women's 8. All the boats racing well and racing clean. The near boat to us is Lane 6, and that is Community Rowing from Boston. It is a very close race. Which is Saratoga, has a very slight lead out in front of Community Rowing here in Lane 6. Lane 3 and Lane 5 look like a virtual dead heat, with maybe Lane 3, which is Saugatuck, 2 or 3 feet ahead of Lane 5, which is Connecticut Boat Club, rowing in the boat called Opportunity. Lane 6 is Oklahoma City River Sport in the orange boat on the far side. They are virtually tied right now with the Connecticut Boat Club. And Lane 2 is back just a little bit, and that is James Madison. Lane 6 here is fighting hard, Community Rowing, trying to get up in front, and they are virtually tied right now with Lane 4, which is Saratoga, New York, and Boston, Massachusetts for Community. Very tight race here. And Lane 3 holding on to that third place spot by a couple of feet, but literally 6 feet separate the top 3 boats at this point, with Connecticut falling back just a little bit out of third place spot. They're in fourth currently, with Oklahoma City in fifth, and sixth is the Lane 2 boat from James Madison. Again, Lane 6, Lane 4 virtually tied with Lane 3 back just a foot or 2. That's Community Rowing, Saratoga Rowing, and Lane 3, Saugatuck with Boat Club, Connecticut Boat Club in fourth place at this time. Racing well, sitting tall. All the girls have still over 1,000 meters to race, so they know that they've got to pour all out.
The semifinals on the Saturday afternoon. A reminder again, live streaming of the finals of the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships online tomorrow beginning at about 8 o'clock. Hoping we don't have the fog that delayed competition as it did yesterday during the heats. And what a race here with these women's 8 second semifinal, 3 boats vying to go to the A final. Halfway through the race, it's Community Rowing in Lane 6, fighting with the Saugatuck boat in Lane 3 for position for that first place. at the halfway point. I'll run the boats through the field. As I said, a fight there for first between Community Rowing and Saugatuck. That's lanes 6 and 3. In third place in lane 4, it's Saratoga. Fourth place would belong to Connecticut in lane 5. Fifth place looks like James Madison in lane 2, and then in sixth, OKC Riversport in lane 1. But all these boats, they are within 2 boat lengths of each other. It's going to be an amazing finish in the second semifinal for the women's 8s. We have the men's 8s. The semifinals coming up in just a moment. 20th Annual U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. U.S. Rowing, recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for rowing in America. Runs 10 regional national championships for U.S. Rowing juniors and master rowers. And this is the Youth National Championships. Top boats in the nation racing right now, and in this semifinal, these young ladies are racing for a position in the A final to be one of the top 6 boats in the nation. 3 boats go to that A final. The other 3 in this race will go to the B final for tomorrow. Right now, the first place belongs to Saugatuck, but it is Community Rowing hanging right there in second. Still Saratoga in third, Connecticut in fourth. Fifth, James Madison. Sixth, OKC Riversport, as they begin to spread out slightly here at the 1,500 meter mark. It looks like Saugatuck has about a 3-seat lead over Community Rowing, but Community Rowing, from what I can hear the coxswain saying, is about to put a move on as they race towards that finish line. So they're going to try to make a move on that Saugatuck buck. Community Rowing digging in to challenge Saugatuck in lane 3 for that first place position. It's still Saratoga, just about half a boat length behind them, and with their bow still in the mix, it's Connecticut in lane 5. You look across the course, James Madison hanging in there too. They're only a boat length behind the leaders, and only OKC Riversport in lane 1 has fallen slightly behind the pack. Coming up to 250 meters to go, the second semifinal for the women's 8s, looking for the top 3 boats to go to the A final. That mallard just got.
Community and Saugatuck battling it out, and then about a half a boat back is Saratoga and Connecticut. Top 4 boats, all within about a half a boat length of each other. It's pretty exciting. Community and Saugatuck, you think they're racing each other, but boy, no. They know if one misstroke, they could be out of the A final. Because these 4 boats are all within now less than a half a boat. They're all within a deck. It is still Saugatuck out front. Oh boy, Saugatuck. Oh my goodness. Too close to call. Saugatuck made it in. But what a race. James Madison in 5th and OKC Riversport. What a fantastic race in the second semi.
And here we are with semifinal 1 of the men's 8 in the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Lane 1, Row America, Sammamish Rowing in lane 2, Mount Baker, Marin, Lincoln Park Juniors out of Chicago, and Central Catholic out of Pittsburgh here in lane 6. Round out this first semifinal. Top 3 go on to the grand final. 4, 5, and 6. Teat final. Fast racing here. Lane 2, lane 4, lane 3 all seem to be out in front. Lane 2 is Sammamish. And it is Sammamish, lane 2 with lane 3 and lane 4 right behind him, and lane 6 with Central Catholic coming in right there. These boats are all close. The only ones that have fallen back is lane 1, which is Row America, and lane 5 is still very, very, very much in the race, is Lincoln Park Juniors out of Chicago. But Sammamish and lane 4, Marin, along with Central Catholic, all looking very, very strong in lane 3, of course, in the middle with Mount Baker. This is anybody's race at this point, passing the 500-meter mark. Boys from Marin looking tall. I think they won this boat race last year, so they certainly want to be in that grand final, and right now they're looking like they will be, but there's racing to be had here. You've got top 4 crews of Central Catholic, Marin, Mount Baker, and Sammamish, all very, very strong, with Lincoln Park falling back just a little bit, and Row America back with 2 lengths of open water behind Sammamish. This boat race is happening very quickly. We're already at the 750-meter mark. Coxswains are calling. They're looking back and forth, checking out where they are, what they can use to motivate their crews. You've got Marin in the front, and lane 6 here of Central Catholic from Pittsburgh, and lane 3, third space spot. Lane 2, Sammamish is falling back just a little bit, and they're going hard into the 1,000.
Amazing racing happening here. Hope you can join us tomorrow for the finals. And some of those finals, if the semifinals are any indication, are going to be just amazing races. One set of semifinals to go. The men's 8s here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Official merchandise of the regatta provided by Boathouse Sports, Connect-A-Dock, Croker, and C2. What a sight as the sun begins to sink lower in the sky, casting long, gorgeous light on this course here in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Melton Hill Lake, just a beautiful spot to watch some great rowing competition. This is the first of the 2 semifinals of the men's 8. Marin Rowing Association in the lead right now. Central Catholic Pittsburgh in lane 6. You'll see their bow number hanging right there, trying to hold on to second place. Mount Baker in lane 3. LPJ Chicago, the Lincoln Park Junior Chicago, a bit behind right now. And as we move down the course, the Central Catholic Pittsburgh boat in lane 6 has taken over second place, but Marin out front. I talked about the women's 8s and how it was Oakland Strokes who won the championship last year and have been fighting off Marin. Well, it was opposite for the men's 8s. Last year, the Marin Rowing Association won here at the Youth Nationals and is favored to win this event, the men's 8s. And Marin out-edged rival Oakland Strokes by about a bow to stern at the Southwest Regionals to make it here. 1,500 meters, and it is Marin with a 1 boat length lead over Central Catholic Pitt. That's in lane 6. Third place right now belongs to Mount Baker. Sammamish in lane 2, hanging right there, right behind the Mount Baker boat. They're in 4th. 5th goes to LPJ Chicago, who began to fall off the stroke as some of these boats begin to move forward. And way off the pace in lane 1, Row America. They are just now crossing the 1,500 meter mark, well behind in this first semifinal for the men's 8. So here comes Marin down to the finish line, and it looks like it might be another exciting finish. Second place, Central Catholic Pitt. They're trying to hold on to that second place. Moving up on them is Mount Baker. Will go to the finish line tower and Willie Black to get the end of this race and see who in this semifinal for the men's 8 will be going to the A final. So up to you, Willie.
Marin Juniors wanting to repeat, putting on a good show here. Being challenged a little bit by Central Catholic, but really have this race well underhand. Coxswain's looking over, checking out Central Catholic. They'll be coming into view shortly, but right now it is Marin coming across the line. So it is Marin, and then 3 boats. It looks like, oh my gosh, I would guess Central Catholic and Sammamish got it, and Mount Baker was 4th, but I'm not sure. LPJ Chicago coming in 5th, and Row America will be coming across the line in just a moment. Now up to the second semi and final race of the afternoon.
The men's 8, and they flag is up, and the flag is down. They are underway for the last race of the day here on absolutely a perfect day of racing at Melton Hill Lake, Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This is the men's 8 semifinal 2 with PNRA Mercer in lane 1, Community Rowing from Boston lane 2, Sarasota Crew from Florida lane 3, Oakland Strokes from California lane 4, Long Beach Juniors lane 5, and Cincinnati Juniors lane 6. Lane 1 is the far lane, lane 6 is the near lane. These gentlemen are racing for the spots in the grand final tomorrow. And absolutely idyllic conditions. Sun going down over the East Tennessee hills, water flat, no wind at all. Absolutely.
Lose it.
They are big boys. Looking really nice. Lane 4 is Oakland Strokes rowing right next to them, maybe two seats down at this point. Lane 5 and lane 4 virtually side by side. That's Long Beach Juniors, but lane 2 over on the far side is Community Rowing, also even with lane 5 Long Beach Juniors. 3 Sarasota Crew, lane 4 in your 1-2 positions with virtually dead heat in lane 2, which is Community, and lane 5 of Long Beach Juniors. Lane 6, Cincinnati Juniors here on our near side in the silver boat, and the white, blue, and green oars are in 5th. And over on the far side of the course, the Princeton National Rowing Association Mercer boat is in 6th, maybe by 4 seats. Great racing here. They've kind of separated themselves into the traditional V shape based off of their rep and heat times, with Sarasota stroking well as Oakland Strokes in that 1-2 position. It's virtually an even race right now between lane 3 Sarasota and lane 4 of Oakland Strokes. Lane 5 is in a solid 3rd with lane 2 Community Rowing in 4th and Cincinnati in 4th or 5th. At this point, lane and 6th is PNRA Mercer. Fantastic racing for these top 3. And here they go.
The shadows grow longer. Last race of the day, and what a race it is shaping up to be. Oakland Strokes in this race right now, and they are in the lead as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Sarasota Crew in 2nd right now. 3rd belongs to Long Beach. 4th, a fight between Community Rowing and Cincinnati Juniors in lane 6. U.S. Rowing overseeing our United States Olympic program and development and selection of elite teams in the senior, under 23 and junior categories, seeing some of the top rowers in the nation here at the Youth National Championships. U.S. Rowing runs 10 regional and national championships for juniors and masters rowers. Masters, despite the name, doesn't mean you're an excellent rower, just means you're an older rower. Now if they tack a lead on there, then you're really a really good rower. But this is the 2nd semifinal, the men's 8. 3 boats left to qualify for the A final and be among the top 6 boats in the nation. Here at the 2013 U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. Again, the finals begin tomorrow morning. Streaming live beginning at 8 o'clock, providing that is when the competition begins. And also remember that you will be able to download video of those finals on usrowing.org by clicking on Media Downloads after the regatta concludes. These boats spread out. 6 boats in the race, 3 going to the A final, 3 going to the B final. As it stands at the 1,500-meter mark, it's Oakland Strokes, Sarasota, and Long Beach. All warm weather crews who are in the top 3, but we'll see if these other 3 boats, PNRA Mercer in lane 1, Community Rowing in lane 2, and the Cincinnati Juniors in lane 6 can put together something in these final 500 meters to earn themselves a berth in that A final. And we'll have to see. Oakland Strokes beginning to be challenged by the second place boat of Sarasota. Long Beach trying to hang on to third. They're being challenged by Community Rowing and Cincinnati Juniors. And still in the mix, PNRA in lane 1. As we hand it back to the finish tower, I'm Mark Purcell for Mark Wilson at the start. Off to Willie Black in the finish tower. And an invitation to join us again tomorrow for the finals as we try to wrap up this last semifinal of the day.
Pan with him, pan with him, pan with him.
Another great semifinal race. Oakland out in front. But they're certainly being challenged by Sarasota. Sarasota putting on a furious sprint. They really want that center lane in the final tomorrow. Both these boats are going to the final, but Sarasota, boy, okay. All right, you got it. You got a middle lane. Oakland will be in 4 or 5 or 4 or 2, and then it is going to be Long Beach coming in. Cincinnati trying to get them, but not being able to. PNRA in 5th and Community in 6th. And that wraps up tonight's racing. We will start again tomorrow morning with the C final, B final, A final program throughout the day from 8 o'clock until a little after 2 tomorrow afternoon. We'll hope to see you then. Have a good evening.